It's a good crowd here this evening. So, and welcome to those that are watching online. I think we're ready to get started this evening for our regular city council meeting. And we have the privilege of having Craig Hansen, pastor of Valley Springs Assembly of God Church, here to open us in prayer. And Craig, do you mind leading us in the pledge at the conclusion of the prayer? Thank you. Let us stand.
Just like to read one quick scripture, and then I'm going to pray, Mayor, if that's okay. Oh, very good. It's out of 2 Thessalonians chapter 3, verses 13 and 16, and it says this: "But as for you, brethren," and I'm going to say city council, "do not grow weary in doing good." And verse 16 says, "Now may the Lord of peace himself give you peace always in every way. The Lord be with you all." And I would like to just pray a prayer of blessing on this time. Dear Jesus, we thank you and we come to you and we give you glory and honor for the business of your people. Lord, we thank you that you care about the citizens of Nampa, and we thank you that this council has been elected and set in place to carry on the business of the citizens of Nampa. We thank you for their servant's heart. We thank you for their integrity. We thank you for their wisdom. And dear Lord God, we ask now that you will bless them in every decision that they need to make tonight. And Lord God, now I specifically reach out to you for them personally. I pray for their homes. I pray for their families. I pray for their spouses, for their children. I pray, dear Lord God, a blessing upon them, because God, when they are here, they are not with their family. And that is a sacrifice that they have chosen to make to do the work of the people of Nampa. Bless them now. Be with them. And Holy Spirit, I pray that your peace, just as your word says, will be here now on each person. And Lord God, may the conversations and the debates that are necessary for tonight be done in a spirit of love and brotherhood for the betterment of Nampa City. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks,
Thank
Mayor.
you. We'll begin with roll call.
Rodriguez,
Here.
Bruner. Here. Hogaboom,
Here.
Levi,
Present.
Haverfield,
Here.
Skog.
Here.
So we do have a couple proposed amendments to the agenda this evening. We are going to be removing item 5.5, which is the food and beverage agreement that we've been working on. It's still not complete. That'll be moved. Actually, well, and the second one, 5.23 will be removed from the agenda this evening. That's a 5-year hardware lease that is a project between the police and IT. We're going to need to call a special council meeting for the approval of these two items. And we'll be reaching out to council for a meeting sometime this week. I understand we like early mornings.
I got up at 9:30 this morning, Mayor.
About 5:30 is fine.
Since this isn't a point of discussion in the meeting, but we may need to come back after a motion and discuss when we will do that, or we can do it afterwards, but at some point. Maybe, my understanding is it needs to be at the end of the day or the early beginning of the day, correct? Yes. So I'll just reach out and we'll work with everyone for a day, either Thursday, maybe Thursday, end of day?
End of day.
Okay. So we will be requesting a special council meeting for those two items because they cannot wait until our next council meeting,
This Thursday, Mayor?
possibly.
I'm good.
Okay. So other than that, I'm not aware of any other amendments to the agenda. Council, are you aware of any? Okay, hearing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
So the next item on the agenda are our proclamations. And this evening, we have this is Pregnancy Loss Month. And I understand that Randy, are you here?
I don't see him.
I don't see him. Maybe it came in early. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then if he's not here, he may come in, or Cindy.
Mayor?
Yes,
I'm wondering if they are thinking the meeting starts at 6:30.
I don't know.
That could be.
Okay, so the proclamation has to do, whereas David's Hope Pregnancy Loss Ministry and other nonprofit organizations comfort grieving parents who have experienced the death of a child during pregnancy through early childhood. And whereas many of these parents live in, deliver in, and have a child die in or bury a child in our community. David's Hope Pregnancy Loss Ministry was founded to support parents whose child or children died from miscarriage, ectopic pregnancy, molar pregnancy, stillbirth, neonatal death, sudden unexplained death of a child, sudden infant death syndrome, birth defects, illness, accident, and other types of infant and early childhood death. And whereas bereaved parents around the world remember their children annually on October 15th with a candle lighting at 7 p.m. Some will remember their child or children in their homes, while others will remember them in small gatherings around the state, across the nation, and around the world. And whereas this remembrance and awareness would unify these parents and the community in tribute to their children. And whereas in 1988, President Ronald Reagan proclaimed October as National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. Whereas in honor of the thousands of children that die each year in Idaho, David's Hope Pregnancy Loss Ministry requests that October 15th be recognized as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. Now therefore, I, Debbie Clay, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim October in the City of Nampa as National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. So, anyway, Sandy, do you have any comments since David is not here? Because I know you work and support this.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to invite you all out to Color Lawn on October 15th for the Candlelight Vigil at 7 o'clock. It is a moving experience, and I personally have gone through the trauma of miscarriage, and it is wonderful to have such a place of healing for parents such as myself that we can go and we have a place to go because we don't have a gravestone. And so they've done some really remarkable work in our community, and I thank you to the mayor, thank you to our Parks Department and our cemetery for standing behind us and really supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. The next item on the agenda is where Nampa residents wishing to speak. Thank you, Amy, for 3 minutes on an agenda or non-agenda item. The first person that I would like to have come forward is Kirk Carpenter with our Nampa Fire Department.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. It is with, sorry, I have a bit of a mess in my paperwork here. So I just wanted to let Council and Mayor know that this week in our nation is National Fire Prevention Week, and it comes with a lot of history. It's actually the longest-running public health observant known in the National Archives, and it was put into place by President Calvin Coolidge in 1925, and it was out of memory of the Great Chicago Fire in 1872, where we lost 250 people and left 100,000 homeless. So over this week, you'll see the Nampa Fire Department out at schools and in any opportunity where we can get out and give out education and training on at-home fire safety tips, everything from exit drills to stop, drop, and roll. And just wanted to let you know that our Nampa Fire Department is out actively educating and providing safety training to our community. So we're pretty proud of the week, and we'll hopefully you'll see it some on our Facebook page and can share it with your constituents. So thank you.
That is awesome. Thank you. It's awesome. Thank you so much.
You bet.
The next person on the agenda is William Rex. Is Mr. Rex here? I have the address down at 1216 Holly Street, Nampa. It's a non-agenda item. Is that correct?
Good evening. This is a letter that was sent to 10 other people who are have put forward a code enforcement violation. It's further information. Wednesday, 11 September, stopped by City Hall, registered for our 3 minutes to speak in front of city officials on Monday, 16 September. Mayor's office called later at my home to ask if code enforcement could come again to my home to again look at the situation at 1215 Garland Street. Code enforcement officer Officer Shackelford sent emails stating that they could come to my home on Tuesday, September 17th at 12:30 p.m. By phone voicemail, I agreed to the meeting. Monday, 16 September, spoke to City Council and Mayor, stated east side of 1215 Garland had been cleaned up, looked better. South side, north side, west side, no improvement. I then informed them of the 12:30 p.m., 17 September proposed meeting with the officers of Municipal Code Enforcement Office. I ended by informing the elected officials before me that this proposed meeting would be the fourth time code enforcement had come to my home to observe the situation at 1215 Garland Street, still unimproved. Tuesday, 17 September, 3 code enforcement officers arrived at my home at 12:30 p.m. Very prompt. I appreciated this fact. In my home upstairs, Code Enforcement Officer Shackelford, gazing down at the 1215 Garland Street situation, stated 2 things. 1, all other 9 complainants on the original code violation complaint against 1215 Garland Street and Mr. Roger Medina, resident owner, had no legal standing in this matter. 2, Code Enforcement Officer Shackelford further stated the Fourth Amendment gave the right of privacy to Mr. Roger Medina, resident owner at 1215 Garland Street, Nampa, Idaho. I have to admit, I took the bait at this point. I stated that the right to privacy is nowhere mentioned in the United States Constitution and that this subject has been hotly debated by constitutional scholars. I further stated I had no interest in a pointless ad hoc legal argument. The subject was dropped. Code Enforcement Officer Shackelford then asked me, while facing away and looking out the window, well, what do you want? In so many words, I answered, we want the municipal code enforced. Officer Shackelford shook her head and said something under her breath that I did not hear as she continued facing away from me. Officer Shackelford then stated, no one is to look over the 6-foot fence or between the wood slats or get up on a ladder to see into 1215 Garland Street property. Without further official verbal comment, the 3 officers left my home. Further information and some personal observations. I filed an amended code violation complaint via email on the 2nd of October 2019 with an additional complainant, one Mr. Gary W. Odell, owner of 1212 Holly Street, also located across the alley. The fence-speaking statement by Officer Shackelford appears to be in the nature of a direct order. I take this to mean that a Nampa Municipal Code Enforcement Officer has told all of us citizens that we just better watch out. Furthermore, that the adjoining homeowners to 1215 Garland Street better be very careful what they look at in their neighborhood. In closing, I think we 11 citizens are going to need some help on this one. Stay tuned. That's the letter that was sent to the other people.
And I will have to say, because it's a 3-minute limit,
Okay, this will take about 30 seconds. 107 days ago, we 10 citizens filed a code infraction complaint with the Nampa Office of Code Enforcement. This complaint, Article 3-4-9 and 3-4-10 of the Nampa Municipal Code was promptly and completely ignored. 50 days ago, we stood here in front of you, the mayor and city council. We presented to you irrefutable visual evidence of this code violation. Now, there is a question that we must ask after 50 days of contemplation by you. Is the code, the law, going to be enforced?
thank you. I will say you have, what I'd like to do, because we have our code enforcement, and code enforcement now reports to my chief of staff. I know code enforcement's been working on this issue. I would like, Clay, for you to review with legal, outside of this meeting, what really, listening to what has been said here, because the one thing I will say is code enforcement's been very responsive to you, and we've spent quite a bit of time trying to work with you and trying to work with this individual. And so they are currently working with them and they're trying to work with them. It's certainly a heavier hand beyond where we are today. And so I think our next step is we need to talk, just have a conversation with legal at the conclusion of this meeting. And then if you would follow up with Mr. Rex, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very satisfactory.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back. Appreciate it. The next person that we're going to hear from is Mr. Chief Joe Huff. I think you have some gentlemen back there.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me just a few minutes. So I just wanted to bring these two guys with me tonight and introduce them to you for those of you that don't know them. They're our newest lieutenants for the police department. Lieutenant Don Peck was just promoted on the 29th of September. He is going to be the night shift patrol lieutenant. And then Lieutenant Orrin McGuire was promoted about 2 months ago. June, and he is the day shift lieutenant. So I just wanted to take a few minutes today to just, or a few seconds for them to talk to you guys, let them know, let you guys know about their history with Nampa. Both of them have been with the city for quite some time, and also to thank Councilman Rodriguez. When we went through the testing process, it was pretty in-depth several months ago, and he spent a couple days of his time helping us go through the process. So just wanted to publicly thank you for doing
you're
that
welcome.
for us. So if one of you just want to spend just 30 seconds and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Council, Mayor, it's an honor tonight. I see a lot of familiar faces up here. Most of you already know me, but for those of you that don't, like I said, I'm Orrin McGuire. I've been with the police department for 20 years now. Held many different titles, worn several different hats. I'm very excited to be a part of this administration and the team going forward. So I look forward to working with you all in the future. And I'd like to echo what Chief said. Thanks, Vic, for everything.
So, Mayor, I'm always interested though in family real quick, so.
Yes, I am married. I have one son that lives at home with me. I have older children that are gone and have started their own families, so they're all local here in the Treasure Valley. I'm looking to get rid of that 15-year-old, so.
Okay, thanks.
Council. My name's Don Peck. I've been with the Nampa Police Department for 19 years. My family moved to Idaho in 2001, so I've lived in Nampa ever since then. You know, love being here, love working in this department. Like Orrin, I've worked in multiple facets. Very excited to be in the administration. Wife, 3 kids, 10 to 14. So.
And you're not anxious for him to?
No. I got 3 boys, and so we're into the football season's wrapping up here, so we're doing good.
All right, thanks.
Chief, would you share with us your core values and really your expectations in your leadership team?
The core values are teamwork, integrity, and excellence for the police department. That's probably about 3.5 years ago, I guess now, we established those core values, and it's actually not just words, it's what we actually live by at the police department. If you're down there visiting, you'll see that it's on the walls, it's on everybody's polo shirts, it's on challenge coins. I guess that's just kind of the pillars with what we believe in down there. And what was the other thing, Mayor, that you wanted?
Well, your expectations, because they're based on those core values. So
of these two guys?
well, and the others that you have been elevating, you have some high standards.
We do have high standards, and I think that's it's always something that we're working on to continue to improve. I think we're doing a great job right now with where we're at with the police department. It's a culture change, quite frankly, with the new positions that you've authorized over this new fiscal year. I will tell you that we agreed for 7 new positions starting in October, and we have 7 new officers starting this next Monday. 6 of them have prior experience from other departments. We were very careful looking at our core values to make sure that we brought the right people on board, and we weren't picking up problems from other departments. So 6 of them have experience. I believe they range anywhere from 1 year of law enforcement to, I believe, 12 years is the top end. And then one of the gentlemen coming on has no experience. I believe we're bringing on 3 community service officers, and I believe 1 records clerk, but I'm not for sure on that, starting this next Monday. and with these guys' promotion, we have 5 lieutenants at the police department. So we'll be bringing Jamie Burns will be promoted to lieutenant. I believe it's the 24th of November, and he will be taking over for Lieutenant Joe Ramirez is going to be retiring in January. So that'll give him about a month's time to learn underneath Lieutenant Ramirez, because both of you are going to Staff Command, right? Both of these guys will be leaving in January. Another cool thing that we're doing at the police department is we're hosting the Northwestern Staff and Command School, which is a 3-month, it's comparable to the FBI Academy. And the city of Nampa hosted it about 2 years ago, and we'll be hosting it again. So both of these guys will be in class January through the end of March. So Jamie will have big shoes to fill, and I'll bring him first week of December at the council meeting to introduce soon-to-be Lieutenant Burns to you guys. But again, we're doing great things down there, and we're excited for the direction we're going.
Mayor Kling. Joe, would you, you have another police officer detective in here. Would you have him stand up and give his name? He's
Go ahead and stand up. This is Detective Dennis Pepley. He's one of our detectives from the Property Crimes Division, and I believe he's here tonight with his daughter for, was it a high school government class? So.
And he's the one that replaced me.
Oh, is
Of
that
course, he
right?
couldn't replace me, but he's the one that took my.
That's as close as we get.
That's right, thank you.
So anyway, yeah, that's about the biggest update I've got. But like I said, we're thankful for your guys' support for our new positions, and just to let you know that they're all coming on board, and we're looking forward to next week when they all show up at the police department. So.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next person that we have on the agenda is a Jay Frazier. Are you here? And her address is 2016 5th Street, Nampa. This is a non-agenda item. Good evening.
Evening. I sent you all an email on my concerns about Karcher Mall, so I'm not going to talk about that. But what I wanted to talk about was getting in and out of apartments. On my block, 2 homes had apartments in their basements. And in each case, there was only one way out, and that was stairs that were right underneath the kitchen, which is the most likely place for a fire. So I'm thinking that it would be wonderful if code enforcement, that we had an ordinance or something that required that you have an egress window at least, another way to get out of the apartment. They no longer rent those houses, but for other people that are going to be renting and living in a house or even an apartment building where the apartment is at least 5 feet below ground level would be a good idea. And I'll write you up an email on that will specify kind of how to do it and what's required in permits and so forth. So I'll take care of that. And then if you like the idea, you'll only need to approve it, and then you can watch television or something.
Thank you. And our leader for that is here and has so noted it.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, that's it for now. I saw you have fire negotiations on your agenda. If that's to build a fire somewhere, have them bring hot dogs and s'mores, and I'll come. And thank you for your
I
time.
think they just heard that. Thank you so much. The next person on the agenda is LD Moffin. Are you here this evening? And I do see that this is a non-agenda item, and we have his address down at 3318 East Sherman, Nampa. Thank you for being here this evening.
Do you want to take up the turnaround on the end of Sherman Avenue? Was my understanding that that was going to be paved, but it couldn't be paved at that time because nothing was working. It was like in February.
Is it still not paved?
Still not paved. It should be paved behind the sidewalks. Your people don't think so. Their excuse is that road's going on through. It'll go on through. But that subdivision gonna be built. They don't need vehicles up in there turning around in their workers.
So I see Daniel shaking his head. And so, Daniel, you're committed to follow up on this issue? Okay. Daniel will follow up with you on this, because it's been some time since we've talked about it.
That's right.
Mm-hmm,
Maybe too long.
mm-hmm.
Nothing done.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder. That's why we're here.
Kind of sad, isn't it?
Well, we appreciate you coming forward. Thank you for doing so. Thank you for getting out this evening for it. And Daniel, thank you for the follow-up. And then let me know how that goes. Okay. Thank you so much. The last person that we have signed up this evening is Kathy Peterson to speak on a non-agenda item. And Kathy, we'll let you share your address and topic.
Yes, I'm Kathy Peterson, and I'm from Meridian, Idaho. The purpose for me tonight is to ask your mayor if you would please sign my bill petition. It's an Idaho life insurance bill, and I've been seeking out Idahoans since June 28th of this year to sign my petition in support of my bill to be heard in fair and full committee bill hearings next session in the state legislature. And I do have quite a few mayors on board here, which I really appreciate. And of course, I welcome all those here in the meeting today. If they would like to sign the petition, meet me afterwards. I would visit with you individually and give you even more full detail. But to be specific today, I am seeking out signatures, and today I have 800 since June 28th, just in my spare time. And these are Idahoans that would like to help me to simply encourage the state legislature to hear my bill. Articles have been written about me. This is one, Meridian Woman Hopes 7th Time's a Charm for Insurance Bill. This was written therefore on February 1st of this year. Reason it says 7 times the charm is that I've been at it 7 sessions now, pretty much, trying to seek out to have my bill heard in full committee hearings. And 3 of the sessions, I was promised my bill would be heard, and it simply has not. And so I thought it would be a really helpful idea is to have a petition in support of the bill simply to be fully heard. I have a fine bill sponsor who is pictured here in the article. And I certainly can pass this around even after the meeting for anyone who would like to have a little closer look. His name is Brian Solinger, and he is from Idaho Falls. He is a representative, and he is also an attorney. The law today for a lapsing life insurance policy is first-class smell. And because we're on such a time frame here, it is basically this: 14 days before the lapsing of one's policy, the insurance company is to send out one first-class mail letter to the policy owner and one to their designee. Now that sounds reasonable and good, but it is not suitable, and I feel it's very weak. In our own personal family situation, I lived with my mother, and she was a widow, and she had paid on her premiums faithfully and never intended to lapse the policy. We did not receive this warning letter by first-class mail. Mother's life insurance agent, who lives in Idaho, he too did not receive the warning letter that the company, it's their policy to send out these notices. And so they keep all of the premiums, which, you know, is nearly 30 years, and then, of course, no payout. It's quite devastating. It makes you feel like a victim of fraud, and you feel like, well, if I had notification, we certainly could have taken care of the situation. I have a desire to amend the law with my bill. That means to add, okay? And it is in very fine little print here at the bottom, and it's underlined for anyone that would like to read it up close. The basis of my bill is simply this: I would like to offer that the policy owner has an opportunity to prepay for one certified mail letter with one signed return receipt. If this would be sent 10 days before the lapse date. Therefore, if for any reason that the 14-day notices by first-class mail in Idaho do not reach the policy owner and their designee, it certainly would be a backup system, so to speak. I call my bill my life insurance protection plan. And I want to help you to better protect your policy so that you're not like our family, victims of involuntary forfeiture. Is there any questions at this time? Okay. May I approach you, Mayor?
I guess, yes. And so for me as mayor, and I appreciate you coming.
Yes.
Typically, before I sign, I really sign, as mayor, I'm representing this body
Sure.
and for all of us. And so typically, if I'm going to put my signature on it, it's really with the support of the entire council. So we could put this, if the council so wishes, on an agenda at a later time.
Mayor,
if you'd like.
is this bill online where we can actually read it ourselves?
It's not.
Your proposal, I should say.
It's not online. It is a bill draft. It does not have a number because it has not been, for this upcoming session, it has not been printed. It has not been in a print hearing setting.
Have you already sent that to us at our office?
I don't think that I have it
Okay.
fully, but.
If you could
I do-
send-
Well, I think I did it in a PDF is what I did do.
Okay,
Yes,
so we'll follow up in our office, and, because you have reached out to our office, right? And because
ma'am.
Kristen had talked to you about coming.
Yes.
So we will follow up, we'll get that draft to council for consideration before it
Okay.
bears my name, because I like to
understand.
sign on behalf of our fellow council members.
Yes, I
So,
understand. Thank you so
okay.
much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That does not prevent someone else sitting at the bench from signing, so you're welcome to do so.
I just don't want to lose track of it.
Yeah, we'll make sure that you get it there. Okay, that will conclude our Nampa residents are wishing to speak for 3 minutes, and we're going to move on to mayor and council comments. I have a couple of comments this evening. One is really a public comment for council. On December 2nd, we have the Festival of the Trees, and that is a Monday night. It's the first Monday night of December, which is also a council meeting. It's once every number of years that we end up with a conflict, and since this is such a large community event that we typically support, a suggestion would be to see if we could move our council meeting on that Monday night to 5 PM, not take any public hearings, and shorten it and conclude the meeting to allow us to support and attend that event. So I just wanted to run that by, since I can't do this individually, really. I've talked to a couple, but beyond two, I've asked to come to this meeting. So I just wanted to see if there's a shake of the heads that we could consider that,
I'm okay if public hearings are canceled.
and they will be.
Yeah.
And I've already talked to Norm about not having any public hearings that night. We would need to go before or after.
And I've already voiced my consent for that same reason.
Okay? Are there any concerns that I should be, okay, so I see some thumbs up. I don't have, okay, so I've got most thumbs up. I'm missing a couple. So, okay. We're missing one, but there,
Just sticking the mud down here.
okay.
I'll support it.
Thank you. Okay, so there is a beautiful little purple pumpkin sitting right up here on the front, and that purple pumpkin represents Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and we had a proclamation last month. I just want to mention that it is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and that's why the purple pumpkin. And the Napa Family Justice Center is a tremendous resource for Napa and a model for other centers across the country. We are one of 15 that under the Bush administration were begun in this nation that are still operating since then, which is amazing. Tremendous work that is done by Criselda and the entire team. So, the message is that for every Nampa resident, we want them to know that there's hope and help for anyone in a system, in a situation where they are a victim of some type of abuse. So I'd also like to applaud the Nampa Police Department for dedicating a vehicle for domestic violence as an outward expression of their inward dedication to keep our community safe. Tremendous work that is done there. So this is in mention of that. I also wanted to mention that later this week, we have our Nampa Airport Master Plan meeting taking place. It's Thursday, October 10th from 4:30 to 6:30 at the Warhawk Air Museum. A lot of work has gone into our airport master plan, and just for council too, for those that want to attend. That meeting is coming up later this week. And this week is also, October is the Mayor's Walking Challenge. And so I've committed to try to earn $1,000 for the city that we would put towards a couple of different options. We'll be creating a page for citizens to suggest how that would be used. There are very specific guidelines for how we can use that $1,000. But I have to walk 10,000 steps a day, which is a little stressful because it's very hard to do when you're in meetings all the time. So, but that said, it's an opportunity that I get to walk with the schools. And so I'm walking with at least 2 schools a week, and it is delightful to spend time with the future leaders of our city. So That is awesome. And I think that's all I have for comments and updates. Are there any others?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Yes, it's usually customary that when a student comes in and to attend our hearings, that we have them get up and say a few quick words about themselves. So if you don't mind, I'd like to call Ms. Pepley up and tell us what you're doing. She's embarrassed, I know. Oh, okay, 2 students? Just tell us where you go to school, how old are you, and what your plans are, and...
You gonna ask the age?
Well, no, I'm sorry, not about age. Well, I think you're a junior, right? Senior? Oh, my God.
My name is Desa. I go to Skyview. And for our government class, we have to get like a certain amount of points each month or you don't pass it. And you have to like do things that involve government. And so that's why I'm here.
Then you're going to go to college here next year, aren't you? Where are you going to go?
Either ISU or Lewis and Clark.
Very good. Well, thank you.
Good.
Mayor,
And I have a pen for you before you sit
Mayor,
down. Go ahead.
remember NNU is still close.
Yes. And I think there's someone, so stay right there. Is there someone behind you? Yeah, go ahead and come up.
My name's Erica Skoglin. I'm also a senior at Skyview, and same with her. I have a government class, which we have to have like a certain amount of points for a grade.
That is awesome.
What's
So
your
your
last
last name
Skoglin?
is your
Do
dad?
we know him?
Yeah.
It's who we think it is?
Lieutenant for the
So
police.
you're both daughters of 2 of our wonderful public servants. Thank you so much.
Good.
That's
Thank you.
Thank you. And here's a pen for both of you. Just to prove that you were here, you can show your teacher. You've got the seal. You did it. Thank you.
I just embarrassed her, Dennis. Thank you.
So if there are no other comments, Sandy.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to just expand on the Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I was privileged to hear the proclamation and then actually take part in the scenario, her story, in her shoes, but her story afterwards. And it was just a real refresher for the appreciation for our Family Justice Center and the job that they do. Playing the character, living through it is very, very difficult. And when we talked about the wrap-up afterwards, how easy it is for people that are looking into a situation to say to the victim, just leave, I don't know why you're still there. And it's really a difficult thing on the person that's living through that situation because they already are feeling so beaten down and hopeless at that point. And it was just a really good reminder, as I said, that I appreciate the Family Justice Center and all the agencies that come together in our community to make that such a success. The other thing is I was part of the Salvation Army Gala this last week, and I want to give a shout out to our wonderful staff at the Civic Center. They went above and beyond to accommodate us, to help us, and we had such a professional and wonderful evening, and the staff is great, and the leadership has just been phenomenal. So I just want to shout out to them.
Sandy, thank you so much. So the next item on the agenda are agency commission reports, and we have none. So when we will move into staff communications and begin with Darren Johnson, as he would like to introduce our new city forester.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight is a special night for us. We get to introduce Adam Mancini, who has recently been promoted to our city forester. Adam replaces Earl Moran, who spent 37 years with the city. And I forget how many years he was a forester, but it was a good number of those 37 years. Adam's been with us since 2015. And he's just been a great employee, and it's always nice when you can promote from within. Adam's promotion also led to another promotion because we were able to promote a Parks Tech into Adam's current position, which left an open position which we recently just hired for. And so Adam is a certified arborist. He's also studying and getting ready to take the exam for the municipal arborist certification this winter. So I guess with that, I'll just have Adam come up, and I know he'd like to just say a few comments to the mayor and the city council. Mayor, council, it's a pleasure to be here in front of you tonight. Thank you for the opportunity. I see many familiar faces, and I've had conversations, I think, with almost all of you, and I'm very excited to be in this position and work with you closely in the community. Just a few things that I'm presently working on and will be working on going forward. I have big shoes to fill with Earl departure, but I'm hoping to fill them and even make some strides and steps forward in those shoes. So just a couple things. Presently, we're going to be working with Cody to finish our urban forestry management plan. It's something that's been in the works and isn't finalized, but we have draft forms. And it's something that I think is critical for our city to have in order to manage our large urban forest that's out there. It's a big investment of those trees out there, and we want to make sure that they sustain. Something else that I'll be working on is establishing a little bit more consistent and regular tree pruning cycles for our trees that we have out in our community. What we have in place right now, I think, is getting us by, but I'd like to improve on that because I think that the trees really need it, and it's important for their health and for the longevity of them to be pruned properly. I'm also working closely, I want to be working closely with the public to familiarize them with the role of the city forester and help educate the public in the importance of the city codes. There's a lot of things that have come up just in my recent position where the code's been challenged and the requirements of the residents in the homes have been concerns of them, and we're working with code enforcement to try to make it a win-win for everyone. So that's going to be one of my big goals, is try to be supportive for the community, but also make sure we abide by the code. Also partnering, in doing that, I'm going to partner with code enforcement to minimize the hazards along the right-of-ways with the trees along sidewalks and streets. And then recently I made a decision on the Christmas tree, as we'll be cutting it down and transporting it to downtown. It's off Nixon, and careful selection of about 12 trees that were potential donors, and I made the decision on the one that I think will be fantastic for our Christmas tree this year. So on the 14th of November, we'll be cutting that down and transporting it. I'm excited about that. I'll be in charge of making sure it gets set up properly and logistics, getting it delivered to downtown safely and making sure it gets decorated properly. So as you know, Mayor, last year's tree was quite a challenge, and that was kind of an undertaking for us, but we made it happen and got it up, and it looked good. So I feel I can do this challenge, no problem. One other quick thing, I'm assisting street department in making sure that there's clearances along the streets for the chip seal project. As you know, that's a huge project that the street department does every year. And it's instrumental that the trees have clearance of 14 feet or more over the streets so the equipment doesn't break branches and damage trees, particularly personal residences. Personal residents don't like their trees damaged, obviously, and we want to try to make sure they're pruned properly and that they're not damaged by the equipment in that process. So it's a few things that we'll be working on. So thank you again.
We're excited to have you move into that role, so thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you, yes.
If I may?
Yes.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Our tree forest is very important here in the city. Two things, though. We need an appeal process, and I think that's in the works somewhere in the city. Appeal process when somebody has a tree trim issue, for instance, in front of a billboard or something, so they can appeal up to this body, and I think that's being worked on. Do you know if that's true?
Yes, it is. In a sense, we resort to our city code, and we've kind of made some modifications to it in the process. But it's a combination of our code, but also the proper ANSI standards for tree pruning and the care of trees. For example, if I know you're very familiar with the billboard companies that have presented some challenges with the signs, the billboard signs and the trees blocking them. And one thing being that it's not acceptable to top trees, and that was something that is in our laws and guidance of trees and pruning from the International Society of Arboriculture, and that's something that I'm living by, and that's part of my certification.
Is there anything in the works for an appeal process?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can answer that. Yes, there is an appeal process that we have in the works. We've actually been working with planning and zoning, and that will be coming forward. The process will be at the city forester level. They'll make their decision. If it is denied or It's not as requested by a citizen or a business. It'll come to me, and we'll make that decision whether it's approved or denied. And then the appeal process will come to the city council after that. And so that will be the process.
Great. And then one more thing. I want to know the tallest tree in Nampa. I want to know which one it is.
I would probably, and we're counting the city-owned trees. I can't speak for the residents because I have not seen every single one of the residents' trees around the city. But within our park system, I would probably be safe to say that Lakeview Park has our tallest trees. And I would say they're probably upwards of 70 to 80 feet tall in the park system out there, the most mature trees we have. So,
So what age would that be?
70, 80-foot tall tree. Some of those out at Lakeview are, I would probably guess to say, about 60 years old, possibly 70. But I do know that a lot of the trees out at the cemetery are even older than that. So,
Thank you.
yes. All right.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Darren, thank you.
Good question, Councilman.
Our next staff report is Norm Holm, Planning and Zoning.
My first opportunity to do this before you. We had a few things we wanted to update the council on. First of all, our comprehensive plan 2020-40 status. Our senior planner, Doug Critchfield, has had meetings with the department heads during September and October, continuing and having them look at the latest update of the plan so that they can be sure their items are of concern are updated in the plan. As I noticed up there also, we're planning to have a city council, P&Z commission, advisory committee meeting either on October 28th or 29th. And that's kind of yet to be determined. But the purpose of that will kind of give you the final update before we go into the hearing process on the adoption of that plan. Planning and Zoning Commission is tentatively scheduled to have their public hearing on the comp plan update on Tuesday, November 12th, and the City Council hearing and decision possibly on Monday, December the 16th. So that's kind of the plan schedule before you. We're also doing some major updates to the zoning ordinance, which you may be aware of. We've have an arrangement with our city attorney, represented here. Doug Waterman's working really good on that. He's trying to balance many time frames and many things he's doing for the city to accomplish this. But we have going before the before the Planning Commission, actually tomorrow evening, the public storage zoning amendment, which was required under the moratorium that we're involved with, and that hearing is tomorrow night on that code update, and the same ordinance that was presented to you at the workshop. Also, the same evening tomorrow night is the hearing on the landscape chapter 33, the beautification of landscape chapter 33. So those will be coming forward to the city council for a public hearing likely in November. The RS4 zoning, we had some clerical errors. For some reason, Sterling, we don't know if it was Sterling or our city attorney. I don't think it was our city attorney, but when it got placed in the city code, there was some paragraphs that were misaligned. And it was really hard to figure out when we went to apply that the first time around. And we've since determined what the errors were, and we're having that able to be modified as a clerical correction to the ordinance, which will not require a public hearing. It's not a change in any way except for straighten things up to where they make sense. And that will be scheduled at the next council meeting as just an adoption of a correcting ordinance. We have the mobile home park, manufactured home, RV park chapters that Doug has been frantically working on, and also the PUD chapter 26. And we're hoping to have hearings on those chapter amendments by the end of this year. And the rest of the zoning chapters, our plan is to have those updated and revised. And Doug is confident with his schedule that we can have that completed by the end of this coming fiscal year. There are some issues relating to the use of the money that we have had budgeted for that. We're working with finance to figure out how to get that run encumbered or rolled over or amended, whatever it takes to maintain the use of that money, which is in the general fund, basically. It's just a matter of being able to secure it beyond in the time frame that we need it. The other thing that I wanted to introduce to you quickly, and I'm not sure I can click on this from here, but we prepared an update to the Planning and Zoning Department website for easy access and lookup of permitted and conditional uses by zone. No, go back. We need to have you hit the link right at the top. Whoops. I wanted to have somebody demonstrate. This goes to a page on our website, if this will launch up for us. And you can easily go here to the front page of our website. And Christy will scroll down to the section that says land use per zone. You come up to a listing of all the zoning districts, and you click on the appropriate page, and you have listed there a column of permitted uses and a column of permitted conditional uses by zone. So you don't have to go through that 34-page lookup. You can do it this easily this way. And this was prompted by, of course, the council's interest in making this easily accessible and Rodney Ashby's good use of the Excel program to figure out how to sort that table out in a way that we could make PDFs. So that worked out really good. So we did want to show you that. We figured that's a great accomplishment. We've already had people call up one day saying, how do I find out what are the conditional and permitted uses in my zone? Oh, and then they said, oh, I just found it. And they clicked on these links and found it. So anyway.
Customer service and user-friendly. Thank you.
Did the work. And the last item that I have on this agenda, we had the workshop with the City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we talked about there was possibly some interest in the City Council having the final say on some conditional use permits. I think there was kind of a mixed sentiment on that before the City Council. We heard some definite statements about it, but there was no really, I don't know that there was any consensus that we were given direction clear to go forward or not. These are the uses that we've listed that potentially fall into those categories. Multifamily residential in BC districts is now a conditional use. Drug and alcohol addiction treatment centers are conditional use, and I forget which zones those are conditional. Shelters or temporary housing are conditional use. Public self-storage, in the code amendment, that is prepared in a way that the commission will actually hold a hearing as a CUP, and they will make a recommendation to the council. Then the council will hold the hearing on storage units. Bars not associated with restaurants is another area that we've had raised up, and also recreational vehicle parks. And we're just seeking some direction from the council, how you would like to proceed. I know I visited with our city attorney about this and the pros and cons of how we're doing it under the storage unit. There may be other ways. I don't know. We just don't know how to proceed or whether there's support on the council to list any of these other uses and proceed in some fashion where the council has final say. And of course, we can, we're concerned about the time that it would take you to deal with some of these if you were to do all of them on an ongoing basis. In a sense, the commission is kind of your screening body to make that recommendation. And if they make a decision that you don't agree with, I guess the body could appeal that and ask for a hearing before themselves, right? The city council? That would be one way also, I suppose.
So Doug, thank you would you like to comment?
Mayor, Council, as there is tonight, interested party has appealed a conditional use permit to council, and whether or not council itself is a interested party is doubtful, but an individual council member potentially would be. But I'm also happy to, I'm not sure if that was a specific question being asked or if you would like me to talk about the other concerns Norm had raised, but I'll leave that up to you.
Well, in visiting with legal counsel, Doug has brought forth the suggestion that some of these things could be dealt with via an ordinance rather than through a conditional use permit. So I guess the question for council, and this is where staff is right now, how would we like for them to proceed? One suggestion might be to get legal recommendation on if we were to proceed with an ordinance, what that ordinance might look like. Then we could bring back that concept to the city council at a later date. So I guess the question would be, council, would you like that, or do you want to just proceed looking at the conditional use permits? You probably, if it were me, I mean, asking you this question, I feel like you need to see all the information. If we were to go the route of an ordinance, what would an ordinance look like? So I think we still have some work to do, would be my recommendation, and I think I'd like to have our legal counsel, Doug Waterman, weigh in on what an ordinance would look like versus the conditional use permit process.
So, yeah, and in general, I can provide that, the information that generally a conditional use permit, the purpose of that is to, you have a use that is a permitted, or is a conditional use in a zone, and you have concerns with the effect of that use on the surrounding uses. So you say, we like use X in this zone, it's okay, but because of the sort of externalities of that use, we have some concern that if it's next to other uses permitted in that zone, it may have negative effects. And so when someone wants to have that conditional use in the zone, we want them to come before the Planning and Zoning Committee. We want the committee to be able to have the opportunity to make conditions of their of approval on that use so that those negative effects can be mitigated. The purpose of a zoning change would be to say something like, we don't want this type of use in the zone at all, or we want it in a different zone, or to put limitations. So for example, there are limitations on how close a establishment selling liquor by the drink can be to certain things like churches and that kind of thing. That wasn't put in place by a conditional use permit. That was put in place by a state code change, and then our city code adopted it by reference. But the way to produce that outcome was by having a code change, and then that's in the code and it applies to everybody equally. And the benefit of that, of having it in the code, is that every establishment that comes to the city requesting that they be allowed to be in the city in some zone will be given the exact same answer. The upside of the conditional use permit is that you can finely tune things, but the downside of it is that it provides an opportunity for decisions to be made not based on the actual merits of, or the actual consequences of the use on surrounding properties, but more based on the merits of the establishment itself, which again is more appropriate to address in general zoning ordinance changes. Does that answer the question?
An example of that, as we discussed earlier, was, for example, with storage units, you could actually say that you would say we would not allow, and this would be an ordinance, a storage unit within X number of feet of another storage unit. I mean, that would, and that's just an example of how you could create an ordinance versus working through the conditional use permit process. So I think what I'm hearing is that we need to take a little bit more time and consider the difference between the ordinance and language of an ordinance and a CUP, and then bring that back. I'm here seeing a lot of nods. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to get through one more action item, which is new business, action item 5.1, which is the appointment of the Workforce Development Director. And that's before we move into public hearing. So it has been my recommendation that we appoint Jamie Chapman as our new Workforce Development Director. I think that you all have received a copy of her resume, and Jamie is here to answer any questions. Jamie, would you like to greet and say hello before we?
Hi, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I appreciate the opportunity, very humbled to have this opportunity. I think when I made the decision to join the City of Nampa back in June, about that time period, I certainly didn't anticipate this 3 weeks into my full-time career with the city, but I am honored to be considered for it and to be able to use my experience, my vision for really helping influence leadership at every level, and being able to bring that passion and what I believe about the community, and not only just serving. You know, a lot of people wondered why I was willing to leave my position at Micron and serving 4 countries around the globe. obviously I get a little choked up there, but after being in the Micron family for nearly 26 years, but really I wanted to serve my country in Nampa, Idaho, and my community, and I've been brought up to believe that that you serve your community and your community will take care of you, and really this is a leap of faith, and I'm walking by faith, not by sight, and I'm honored to be here.
So Jamie's had an HR career of 26 years, quite a long time. I met her when she was at Plexus, and she led a very large organization there, and then obviously most recently has come from Micron, who has really wanted to not let her go. But I believe that she is going to help put us on a path that is the right path for the city of Nampa as we create an environment for our employees and work forward very diligently to accomplish our core values, which are stewardship, integrity, and teamwork. And so we're going to move that forward. So, Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor, she is hired, right?
She is currently an employee. She is in the senior HR director
Okay,
position.
So she may be put me in violation right off the bat, because I know before a hire, you cannot ask about family. Are we okay in asking about family
Sure.
after a hire?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about your family? Because
Yeah.
I'm in violation all the time, so go ahead. You might as well learn that now.
Yeah. Well, first off, I went to school in Nampa and then Cascade, Idaho. And then, but my family is actually from Nampa. My parents graduated from high school. My mom graduated from high school in Nampa. We lived across the street from Roosevelt, where Dallinger Insurance is. I've always had a hard time forgiving George for building where my house was. So anyway, but anyway, and then I have one son, 2 daughters, and 2 stepsons, and 2 grandkids. And all
And
of
you're
us are
currently married?
Yes,
Right.
married. And my husband is works for Dennis Dillon and has been in the car business and parts for his whole life, and spent 11 years as a volunteer ice hockey coach for Meridian High School. Took state championship 5 times. So, and he just got me out on the ice doing curling this last year. We went undefeated for a whole season. So there's the last part of my family story. So anyway, and then last weekend in McCall, we got our rear ends kicked for the first time ever. So anyway.
Yes, Sandy Levi.
Mayor, I'm going to just jump ahead of the guys so they can't get in on this one, because I know how this works. But I'd like to move to approve the appointment of Workforce Development Director Jamie Chapman.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Gog,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
For coming aboard.
Thank you. So it is 7:05, and Chief Carpenter, that means you're going to have to stay till the end, because at this point, we're going to move into our public hearings. So the first public hearing this evening, get to that page. Thank you. So our first public hearing this evening is going to be, well, Rodney, would you like to tell us what we're going to do this evening as far as the continuation, and then we'll open
Yes.
public hearing and continue?
So this item went before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and as I stated in the staff report, there are just a lot of conditions that we're needing to work through. There was an access agreement that we need to work with the applicant on, and there's a language barrier, so we're just wanting to truly make sure they understand the conditions of the agreement before we proceed. So I'd recommend that we open the public hearing, but then we postpone the public hearing closure until the 21st of October, and or we'll continue it, I should say. Continue the public hearing until the 21st of October, where I will provide a full staff report based on our agreement with the applicant.
Okay, So at this time, I will declare that the public hearing is open, and then I would stand for a motion to continue the public hearing until further notice anticipated October 21st.
So moved.
Second.
And roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Gog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Vogelu?
Yes.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is item number 6.2. And because I am related to the applicant in this particular hearing, I'm going to be recusing myself and stepping down. And Bruce Skog, you're going to come take my seat. And Bruce Skog will be leading this public hearing. Come on over. I'll let you show him his sheet.
Don't let him have the gavel.
Well, I'm sorry.
Don't let him have the gavel.
Thank you.
All right, item 6.2 on the agenda is the appeal of a Planning and Zoning Commission approval of a conditional use permit for a lounge in a historic downtown district. So we're going to start with the applicant. Is the applicant present? Please come forward. State your name and your address for the record.
Yes, I'm Carolyn Kling, and I'm from Green Barley Nutrition Center at 220 14th Avenue South, and also I'm principal founder of AIM International out on Flamingo Drive in Nampa. And I have some additional petitions that were signed in favor of the appeal.
We have copies of those.
And I have
even more.
I have a few more. They're not, there's some copies of some and some. Can I hand those to you now?
If you would hand those to the clerk, please. These will be made part of the record.
Yes, I believe that you have, I think I turned in 221 today.
With these,
No,
in addition,
in that's separate.
all right.
But thank you for hearing me and, listening to my appeal. This is totally out of my comfort zone to do this. So I received notice from Planning and Zoning of a public hearing before the city to be held August 27th for VCUT Lounge to be located at 217 14th Avenue South. Tim Wangler, owner, and I attended the meeting and I voiced my disapproval, but the Planning and Zoning did approve that unanimously. And on September 3rd, then I have filed an appeal to Planning and Zoning, and VCUT Lounge is located right across the street. This is my business here. That was a few years ago. I've been in business there 13 years, and it's since grown up with a lot more beautiful landscaping. But just to let you know where I'm at 220, I guess I stated that, 14th Avenue South. But I noticed that there's 12 places of business in historical district of downtown Nampa already that serve alcohol. And so, and then there's an ordinance, there's a church right behind the VCUT Lounge that's within 300 feet. And because of the church duties, Pastor Rick Bray couldn't be at the city council meeting where the liquor license for VCUT Lounge was approved. And he also could not be at the Planning and Zoning meeting on August 27th because of some church duties. And tonight he can't be here because of, he has an anniversary, his 24th anniversary is tonight, and had a lot of wedding guests in from his son's wedding. So anyway, besides being a dedicated pastor, Pastor Rick Bray is also a full-time pastor. And when I spoke with him a few days ago, he thought the code would stand for itself and that, with the businesses that can't serve alcohol within 300 feet. And actually, it's just across the alley from the church. So, and besides this church, there are two residences across the street from VCUT Lounge, one on either side of my business. And then 1 block away, there's a daycare, and then 2.5 blocks away is a school. So anyway, in just my neighborhood, there is Wicked Inc., which is just across the road on 3rd Street, and next to it was an Asian, I've got a point here. And so there was an Asian massage parlor, which was shut down for prostitution. Then you go around the corner, and then there's another tattoo parlor, and then Inhale Bliss, and then I believe it's Vape Castle. And so this is just in my neighborhood, and my point being, what do we want the character of our city to be? And VCUT Lounge might say that their business is different because it's going to be an upscale, nice place. And you can ask anybody that knows me that I like really nice upscale places. But look what they're doing. And I'm not in favor of another place in downtown Nampa smoking cigars. Well, there's not one yet for cigar smoking, but to serve alcohol. And so I'm disturbed also about the alcohol use and the tobacco use too. And sad to say, they wanted to get their approval before Nampa has a no smoking ban. And like Boise has and Meridian's considering it, so they could be grandfathered in. And I would certainly be in favor of the city of Nampa not having, or having a no smoking ban. So, and I hope that you would consider it soon. A few days ago, I was walking down the street on 2nd Street, which is just about a block from my business, and there was a young man outside of Inhale Bliss that was smoking something, and he was a pretty disheveled guy, and I thought, just a point that, you know, I was really uncomfortable with that. And so let me give you a couple of facts about cigar smoking, well, tobacco use in general. Studies reveal that each Idaho household contributes $650 a year to tobacco-related health issues. And smokers have 45% greater risk of COPD than non-smokers. And smoking contributes, you know, to a lot of things, lung disease, and they have 27% more greater risk for coronary heart disease. And cigar smoking is not safer than cigarettes, as it is commonly believed, and if you don't inhale, it exposes you to nicotine being absorbed in the mouth, and one full-size cigar can give you as much nicotine as a pack of cigarettes. So cigar smoking does not reduce your dependence and your risk of nicotine dependence. So, of course, the National Institute of Health cites that there is no safe level of tobacco use. And I see the ill effects in my nutrition center, which I've had for a long, long time. And then there's the issue of serving alcohol. According to the National Institute of Alcohol Consumption led to 88,000 deaths in the U.S. from 2006 to 10, and shortening the lives of those who did about 30 years. And then excessive alcohol consumption costs about $249 billion in 2010. And there's just all kinds of dangers that are linked to alcohol. And so I would like to see the city also limit the number of bars and places that serve alcohol. There's already a lot. If they want to have a nice drink, you know, in a nice cafe or whatever, we have a lot of that. We have some bars and some dives that I would say. But so I ask you, you know, how much is enough? What do we want the character of our city to be? And I certainly don't want our city to just be known for the 21 and older crowd. I'd like to see it a family-friendly place. And I've been in my business for 37 years and 21 years in the historical district of downtown Nampa, and 13 years in this location. And my goal and passion has been to improve the health of our city, and we've worked tirelessly with the chamber and the downtown area to bring health and wellness to our city. And I've enhanced the city with, with my place too. And I've received awards for that, for my business integrity and for contributing to the city of Nampa from God and Country Rally, from the Better Business Bureau, and in the city and state. And as 86 years old, I'm healthy and well, and I want to see our city continuing on that, that vein. And so I'm deeply concerned about having this business across the street, even though it's going to be a nice, beautiful, upscale place. The results are the same. And so I say, I'm invested in our city, and I want God's best for our city. And I want to ask you what's happening to our beautiful city of Nampa. I came here over 75 years ago, and I've seen many changes in our city, and I'd like to continue to see it, prosper and thrive and have a destination where people would want to come and want to be in downtown Nampa, not just for people over 21, but for a family-friendly place. So thank you for hearing me, and I wanted to ask you if you have any questions for me.
Thank you. Council members? Questions?
Acting Mayor. Thank you. Ms. Kling, just clarification. So the concern is not just the alcohol, but it's the alcohol and the cigars, excuse me?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Wangler, not yet. We're going to have staff speak, and then I'll have you come up.
President Skog and City Council, Rodney Ashby, Principal Planner for the city. So we have a couple of conditions here. We've got the, of course, the appeal, and then also the CUP. So I just want to make it clear that when I speak of the applicant in my presentation, I'm referring to Ms. Carolyn Kling-Keach for the appeal. So again, the CUP applicant was Tim Wangler, and the owner of the property was Adam Hutchings. The applicant has stated her position, but I've listed those statements that she made in her purpose letter that is in your packet. I've listed them here. And again, the impact to economic development maybe wasn't fully addressed, but that was one of her concerns as well. Safety near her facility, and then just the impact to a health store for this type of establishment to come in near her. And I think the other ones she addressed completely. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did approve the CUP, and on condition though that similar to a restaurant, alcohol sales may not exceed 40% of business sales. This isn't clear in the code because it's not a restaurant. We're not talking about a restaurant here, but they Planning and Zoning Commission decided to apply that condition for a restaurant on this facility. So the proposed V-Cut Lounge was intended to sell cigars, and they have a humidor in the building, and then they also have I'll show some pictures a little bit later, but some lounging facilities, couches and things for people to sit and talk and drink coffee, or as they indicated, they will be able to serve alcohol to them as well. And then finally, the H&M Meats, which is in the same building but will not have a direct access to this, to the V-Cut Lounge, they would be willing to come around and serve in the V-Cut Lounge from the front door, not through an inside door. So the CUP applicant, as I mentioned, their purpose is stated here. They were intending to provide a lounge for relaxing and enjoying the cigar with coffee, wine, and beer or whiskey. So the comprehensive plan, of course, this is in the downtown, pretty clear, downtown historic zone. It's surrounded by, to the north is actually right in the same building as the H&M Meats, right here. To the northeast is the Furniture USA vacant building. Here is a private parking lot. To the northwest is the Bible Pentecostal Church. And then to the south, right here, is the Green Barley Nutrition Center owned by Ms. Clean Keach.
Mr. President, if I may interrupt just a minute. Can you go back one slide, please, Rodney? Okay, go back one more, I guess. So there, as far as alcohol serving, did I see just wine, beer, and?
Oh, yeah, I can go back.
I thought in the packet, it read that there was harder alcohol than that.
There's whiskey as well, so they listed.
So I'm just seeing cigar while sipping coffee, Idaho wine and beer and/or whiskey. Okay, so that is the.
That's their statement that they made.
Okay, that's the gamut of everything. Okay. All right, thank you.
Utilities are at the property. This is a picture of that the CUP applicant for V-Cut Lounge provided, and this is kind of the general setting that they are intending to provide. The humidor down here, and then of course the leather seating.
Mr. President, Rodney, remind me, smoking, what was being considered was all indoor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a layout of the property or of the building, and then this is the area to the right there, highlighted in yellow, is where the new business would go. This is a concept drawing of how they would set that up, this being the lounging area, I assume, and then the bars and the humidor here, bathroom here. So we have several applicable regulations, as was mentioned by the applicant. The first two are from the city code, and they relate to, the first one relates to the conditional use permit and how we permit, what basis we use for approval of a conditional use permit. Basically, that comes to whether it's compatible with or not, it will not adversely affect the livability or appropriate development or the surrounding neighborhood. And then the second one listed here is for unlisted land uses. So there was a little confusion when they first submitted their application that they mentioned a lounge. We assumed it was a bar. After further discussion, we learned that they proposed that about 11% of their income would be from alcohol sales. The rest would be from the cigars. So it wasn't really clear how it fit into our code, and so we have this provision in our code to allow the planning and zoning director to require a conditional use permit when it's unclear how it fits in. And so that's what we're operating under today. If you approve this conditional use permit, it's under that regulation that it wasn't clear, and so we're making it clear with a conditional use permit, and the applicant of the CUP agreed to those conditions.
Mr. President, for clarification, the conditional use permit has already been approved by planning and zoning.
That's correct.
This is an appeal process to the city council.
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to highlight just two of they basically say the same, but these are two Idaho codes that refer to the 300-foot buffer from a bar or an establishment providing alcohol. And in both of these cases, it basically says that you cannot be within 300 feet of a school or a church, except with the approval of the governing body of the municipality. So when the city council approved, I think it was April 15th, approved the license agreement, the alcohol license, they used this statement in yellow to basically annul the requirement for the 300 feet buffer. That is the requirement, that except with the approval of the governing body of the municipality. They can't
So-
go within that 300 feet.
Mr. President, so what's the distance between, on the nearest entrance to the licensed premises? What distance are we looking at?
It's very close. I don't have the exact measurement, but it's very close. Here's the facility here.
Close to 300, is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It is well within that 300 feet.
Okay,
Yeah.
less than 150?
Just a clarification, President. Is that the entire structure of H&M Meats or based on
so
the
it's-
front door
well,
of the
it's-
entry?
Yeah, I think the code says.
Entrance, right?
Here, entrance. And so it would depend on where that entrance would be, but yeah. I think the code says entrance. 3 feet.
I understood it to be from door to door.
Measured in a straight line to the nearest entrance to the licensed premises. Yeah, so that's a little unclear. We've interpreted that a little differently in the past, where we've said you take the front door of the new establishment and you run to the nearest property line, or do you run to the nearest front door? It's not real clear, but that's still within that 300-foot radius.
And that's as far as legal, maybe, this is a state ordinance.
So the two code,
Mr. President, sorry.
Mr. President and Councilman Bruner, the state code has the rule there, except with the approval of the governing body. And as is true with much of the state code, sort of limiting location and time and place of liquor service, the municipality has the ability to override that.
Right.
Our city code says that the city will abide by this code. So in our city code, it says that liquor establishments will be required to abide by Idaho code, and then references Title 23, which includes both of these. But again, these include an exception in the event of approval by a governing body. It is true that the city code contains a general prescription against having a liquor establishment within 300 feet of a public school or church. It's also true that the state or the city code has an exception if granted by this body.
Okay, Mr. President, if I may follow up with legal. Okay, so when it says, that means it says no license, we're referring to a liquor license in this case.
Yes, my understanding is that President and Councilman Brunner, that the two, you're seeing Title 23, Chapter 9 and the above one, and Chapter 10 and the one below. And one of those, I believe, is dealing with beer and wine, and the other is dealing with liquor, if I'm remembering right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the percentage of sales, the 40%, that has no bearing on either one of these codes?
No, that's a way that we decide whether or not what the classification of something is. But the question here is whether or not a premises can be licensed for the sale of alcohol. And President, if I may add a little additional clarification, a question had come to this body a month ago or so ago, a couple months ago, about approving a license for the premises, I believe. And the question in that case was about the qualification of the applicant. And also at the time, we would have addressed this also. And that was to license the premises itself. So that's a separate question from the land use question, but they're both legitimate questions that have to be asked before a location can start selling liquor.
Okay, thank you.
Continue, Mr. Ashby.
All right, so now moving on to correspondence. At the time of the CUP, I did not receive any written correspondence opposing or supporting the application. However, the applicant of the CUP, VCUT Lounge, did include in their packet, their presentation, multiple letters of support from business owners in the downtown, as well as the Chamber of Commerce. Those are all included in your packet as a reference, but that was, again, for the liquor license that was submitted as part of that license proposal. And then, as stated by the applicant tonight, Ms. Kleinkeach attended the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing and opposed the permit approval. I also received a letter from Mr. Rick Bray, the pastor of the Bible Pentecostal Church, opposing the approval of the CUP, basically supporting the application tonight for the appeal. And he, as was stated by Ms. Klinkeach, the pastor was under the assumption that the state code would act on its own and prevent a use of the facility so near a church building for selling alcohol. I also received a petition of 15 signatures from the Bible Pentecostal Church. I assume these are members of that church. Finally, I received from David Ferdinand, who is here tonight and I believe represented the church, stated that the appropriate testimony was not heard at the liquor license application. And so it didn't come before you with opposition because they were all under the assumption that the state law would prevent it from happening. He also argues that the church would not be able to be resold as a church at some point in the future if the V-Cut Lounge were able to go there and serve alcohol. And then
Mr. President, I think my final question, legal again, is from what Mr. Ferdinand is saying, is it your understanding that that would be the case?
Well, if we may back up,
Okay.
Councilman, let's wait until discussion time, and
Okay.
Mr. Ferdinand may testify himself. here.
Well, I don't necessarily want him, Mr. President, to be answering the question. Can we ask legal at that time?
Yes, I'd
Okay.
like that during discussion.
Okay, thanks.
And then finally, I did receive today the signatures opposing the lounge. The 216 I counted, I might have been off a little bit, but it looked like 216 plus the one submitted tonight, opposing the lounge and therefore supporting the application for you tonight for the appeal. So staff findings and discussion, I've listed them here. The applicant of the CUP indicated that this is not a lounge in that it's not a bar, but they will serve alcohol. They did submit a business plan at Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing stating that 11% of their income will come from alcohol sales. And the conditional use permit that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission stated that it would need to stay under 40% for that conditional use permit to be good. It is not a restaurant, but allows consumption of food by H&M Meats. The use is not clear in the code, so we've recommended a conditional use permit. The P&Z Commission approved the conditional use permit, and Carolyn Klinkeach appealed the decision. And finally, City Council will need to consider both the support for and the opposition for the appeal. And again, it needs to be based on these three things that are required for the approval of the conditional use permit. I've listed them here. These are the typical basis for approval of a conditional use permit. Does it fit? Does it fit the neighborhood? And does it have an adverse effect on other neighboring properties?
Mr. President, quick question. P&Z saw that that it met all three of those
That's correct.
in their approval.
That's
So really, the only thing we're talking about is the alcohol sales. Is that correct?
No, this is an appeal of the conditional use permit. And so approval of this is not based only on alcohol sales. It was unclear how this fit into our code, and so we required that conditional use permit.
But tobacco sales are not limited by our code. Is that correct?
That's correct. So
So it's
combination-
the alcohol side of it that's really what we're talking about.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the combination of those two wasn't clear in our code, so yes.
And whether it's 1% alcohol being sold or 39%, it's any amount of alcohol. And does that cover the hard alcohol all the way through to wine, or is what is that the restriction, so that I know that as well?
Planning and zoning doesn't have any kind of restrictions as to alcohol sales. Maybe I'd look to the city clerk. Is there anything on license?
No, they came through for beer, wine, and liquor.
So to sell beer, wine is okay or not okay? It's the liquor, the hard liquor aspect of this? All
three were
three?
approved.
Okay. I'm just saying, as far as from our general, I mean, again, I go back to this when we went through this, and I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm getting off on a rabbit
Yeah,
trail.
if we could save it for discussion time, it'd be
Okay.
better, I think.
I'm confused because what it was originally brought for us, I thought the church had been brought into this conversation, and what I'm hearing now is that they weren't. So I'll hold my thoughts.
Thank you.
So the requested action is before you tonight, and an approval of the of the proposed appeal, approval of the requested action would be an appeal of the conditional use permit, basically annulling the conditional use permit granted by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Any questions of Mr. Ashby?
Who else besides Mr. President, Council? Are you presenting for staff?
Yeah.
Is anyone else presenting for staff? So I do have one question. So I know Pantera Market purchased the building. Usually they serve beer. Would they also have to request a CUP? Because the state statute said beer or consumed or whatnot. So it wasn't clear to me whether there's a distinction made between beer consumed on the premises or taken off, or that state statute applies to both.
So President and Councilman Hogaboom, so the state statute limits how close you can be to sell alcohol near a school or a church. That is regulated under the license of alcohol that is granted by City Council. So they come before you for a liquor license, and they get approval. If they get approval, City Council is basically saying that they provide that exception to the rule, the 300-foot rule. So it's not based on a conditional use permit, it's based on the license
Gotcha.
that is given.
And just for historical clarity, so 2 actions have been taking place. Council approved that in April, and then because of a lack of clarity that, not the applicant Kling, but the applicant for the lounge came before P&Z for approval to remove any confusion or ambiguity. Okay.
Yeah.
One final quick question. So Little Saigon Restaurant is also within 300 feet, and I know they serve beer, wine, and sake. Were they granted approval?
So that's not a planning and zoning.
For a license,
For a license?
they have come in.
And it's within 300 feet of a church? Was that city action? Okay, I just was trying to understand the history based on the map there. Okay.
Any other questions specific to Mr. Ashby? Thank you. Now, Tim, come on up. Please introduce yourself with your address.
Tim Wangler, 521 Aurora Drive in Nampa, and owner of VCAL Lounge, my beautiful wife. She won't be speaking, but just wanted you guys to see the owners of this place and who's going to be running this place.
Very good.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys having us here today, and I just want to say first off, we want to be good neighbors down there. So my original business plan I submitted to the council stated our hours were going to be from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. I would like to start off right now by making concessions to sort of prove that this is not a bar, and we're going to peel that back to closing at 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Friday and Saturday are big profit days, and so we like to be open a little bit later on Friday and Saturday, but I'm perfectly willing to peel those hours back a bit on Monday through Thursday. Just want to reiterate, it is not a bar. There's no vaping. There's absolutely no cigarettes allowed. It is going to be a nice, comfortable place with free Wi-Fi for business owners. Regarding the church, I would like to talk about that if I may. May I, Mr. President, ask questions to the city clerk?
Well, what are your questions?
My questions are, was public notice sent out before I came here April 15th?
We sent them a letter.
And Question number 2, did the church call and ask what the meeting was about?
No.
Yes, they did. You can check the records on that. They called, they asked what this was. I believe you stated this is what this was, and they had no response one way or the other, approve or disapprove.
And
That is on record,
Okay, what record are you referring to?
the April 15th city council meeting. Correct, yes. So the church did weigh in. Public notice was sent out. They had an opportunity to respond, and they didn't. And the city, state code grants cities, municipalities, the power to issue waivers. And we came before you April 15th to ask for the waiver. We were then granted that waiver. P&Z signed off on our building permits, and we were issued building permits, which we then proceeded to spend over $30,000 of our north of $50,000 budget. We're well into this, and then to have to come back here and potentially get shut down, you hold in your hands the power to basically bankrupt me. That might be the way things are sort of done, but I don't believe it's right. We just want to be good neighbors. This is, again, just going to be a nice, comfortable place where no harm to anybody. Of our 1,200 square feet of official lounge space is less than 300. We've got a big retail section where we're going to be selling T-shirts, our coffee. We're doing free coffee for law enforcement if you're in uniform. And our lounge space is a little bit smaller. So this isn't going to be a big raucous environment that we're kind of being depicted as. So do you guys have any questions for me? I'm an open book.
Council members.
May, so what's the limit on alcohol use that how are you
I don't understand.
controlling that?
Limit. What does that mean?
I mean, how many shots of whiskey?
So again, you asked this the last time. So again,
Yeah.
cigars tend to dry your mouth out.
Right.
You'll have one drink and you switch to a bottle of water. And again, a cigar takes about 1 hour to kind of consume. You come in, smoke a cigar,
Right.
have a glass of wine, and you're switching to water or you're on your way.
And
So-
thank you. That's best practice and probably most practice. So, but is there some accountability for that?
If I could follow up,
Yeah.
again, free coffee for police. My mom is retired Twin Falls Police Department, 20 years. We welcome a police force in my lounge any day, anytime.
But my question, though, Mr. President, was how many shots of whiskey? I'm saying that's normal for a person not to drink excessively, is what I'm hearing from you.
You're absolutely right.
So who actually pours the drinks?
You're looking at them, and there's no shots. No shots can be.
Okay.
There's no no mixing cocktails. That's a skill that I don't possess. So there's no shots. There's none of that.
So do they pour their own?
No.
That's what
No.
I'm just you educate.
Nobody's having
educate me.
access to no.
Okay.
No.
Thanks.
I have a question. Maybe you brought this up last time you were in front of the council. Explain the cigar smoking culture a little bit. Not everyone up here smokes a cigar.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Cigar lounges are an interesting place. It's a place where a CEO and a pipe fitter can sit right next to each other and enjoy a great conversation. Here's something for you. Amazon.com makes more in 1/2 of 1 second than everybody in this room is going to make in a lifetime. But Amazon cannot compete with what I make. Relationships. That's what a cigar lounge is. Relationships. People sitting down, having a great conversation. There's talk of Bible studies happening in this place. That's what a cigar lounge is. And that's what a cigar does. A cigar slows your clock down from your busy, hectic day as a successful attorney, Mr. President. You come into my lounge, I'll sit you down, and you'll have a nice, relaxing time.
I cannot accept gifts over $40 value.
Fair enough. I'll take care of it. Again, and if to follow up to your question,
Cheaper cigar for him then.
our units are going to sell from anywhere from $3 to $4, and I said this to P&Z, all the way up to $100. So this isn't a place where just Joe Bag of Donuts comes in with 50 cents. We don't have gas station, 99-cent, whatever. I don't even know what that stuff is. So
Any other questions from council members? Okay, thank you.
thanks, sir.
We now have public testimony time. A number of you have signed up to speak. If someone has already spoken on the same subject that you're going to talk about and you agree with them, you like what they have to say, you can simply let me know that you agree with what they've said and waive your time to speak. Council, we do not want to discourage you from speaking about something you feel passionately about, which you must or you would not be here tonight. So I'm going to go through these, and it's a little confusing on an appeal of who is support and oppose, though we have these two sides to sign up for. So I'm just going to go back and forth with each side. And I have David Ferdinand. If you'd come forward, state your name and your address for the record. And there is a 3-minute time limit.
Yes, and I do have David Ferdinand, 2419 West Heron Loop, Nampa. I do have Rick Bray's letter. I think it was in the packet. I think Rodney said that. I also have an email string that was sent by the operators to try to have meetings, and I will provide that at the end so that you can see what the communication link really was with this cigar lounge. Okay. And I wrote it out so I could try to get finished in 3 minutes, Mr. President and Council. My client, Bible Pentecostal Church, Pastor Rick Bray, was not given his right to testify at the initial hearing and believed the State Code 23913, Title 23, Alcoholic Beverages, Chapter 9, for the retail sale of liquor by the drink would stand and not be changed by the Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission, as was stated earlier. Please review Rick's letter, the circumstances. He believes that when he called in and asked if he wasn't going to be able to be there, that the clerk did tell him that this wasn't a done deal, that they would review all of the information, and that was what was stated by him. So I do believe that some of the testimony tonight is accurate, that he did not, at least the P&Z Commission did not hear that Pastor Rick Bray and his congregation were not thrilled with a liquor dispensary or a place to sell liquor next door would be appropriate. I do believe that Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission I don't believe that they understood the gravity of allowing a lounge or bar selling liquor by the drink does to the future applicants of churches or bars in the city of Nampa. This becomes a precedent that will affect every application that the church now or any bar wanting to set up shop next to a school or a church. I'm asking you to vote yes on Carolyn Kling-Keach's appeal, reverse the Planning and Zoning Commission's disregard for the current use of the building owned by the Bible Pentecostal Church, which has been a place of worship for 9 years. They've been in at least 5 years, this current pastor has. Allowing a place to sell liquor by the drink with or without allowing smoking of any type, including high-end cancer-producing cigars, creates a bar and does not allow the prohibited use of a church. I am a licensed realtor. I sell commercial real estate. I have a church interested in purchasing this building as soon as we find another church facility for the Bible Pentecostal Church. It is my opinion that when you change the code, you also will be changing the code for any other church that's in the city of Nampa if you accept this application. Would you like my testimony? Because I wasn't able to give it all.
Yes, please.
Okay.
If you'd hand that to the clerk, thank you.
So, Mr. President, is this the appropriate time where I can ask legal or what? Not?
I'd prefer it wait. If you
Okay.
have a question of Mr. Ferdinand about where he came up with that argument.
No, I don't care. No, I'm sorry. I want to know from legal if has any binding. So,
Mr.
Save it for
President.
discussion.
Mr.
Any
President,
questions for me?
I have one question. The first sentence you read in that, do you have that letter still, or did you give it to our
Oh,
clerk?
I gave it.
Can you pass it
Yes,
down?
I've got one. Go ahead.
Could you read that first sentence again?
My client, Bible Pentecostal Church, Pastor Rick Bray, was not given his right to testify at the initial hearing. Believe the state code 23913, Title 23, Alcoholic Beverages, Chapter 9, retail sale of liquor by the drink.
No, you don't have to read the whole thing. It's just the first part where it says he wasn't given his legal right.
That was his opinion, yeah. And
Okay.
it's in his letter too, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just, from a sake of clarity, we've been told that the clerk's office didn't receive anything, but it was sent out to everyone within a 300-foot radius. Is that correct?
We sent a letter to the Pentecostal church.
Okay, and that's their legal right to either come forward or not come forward at that point. I guess that's where maybe I'm cutting hairs, but
No.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear that we're talking about his opinion versus what the actual intent was.
And let me clarify. His statement was, I received a letter on Friday to come to a meeting on Monday.
Mhm.
He had individuals that were in the hospital he had to go to attend to from his church on Monday night, so he called the clerk's office. And that is what the statement was that he made. And because he did call, and that was not delivered, that information was not delivered to the P&Z Commission.
And nor-
That
nor
it showed that maybe he didn't have an interest one way or another. That's not the case.
Thank you.
Just, Mr. President, follow-up question. Was he notified for both the council meeting in April and the P&Z meeting, or just one of the two? Because I'm just want some clarity on.
As I understand it, he was notified on the P&Z Commission.
President Skog, you have some documents here that we don't have. Do you think we could get copies of
Yeah, we passed
those, please? Thank you, Dave. I don't have any questions for you.
Let's pass them all down to Councilman Rodriguez, and they can pass it back this way.
Is it?
We'll start with Councilman Rodriguez. You can pass them down this way, but please pay attention to those who are speaking while you're multitasking. The Aaron Berkowitz. Please state your name and your address.
Reverend Aaron Berkowitz, 11202 West Chadford Avenue, Nampa, Idaho. Good evening, President and Council. I'm here to speak, I think, in opposition to the appeal and in favor of the approval of this lounge. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to first tell you my personal reasons why, and then just give you 2 points I'd like you to consider when you make your decision. I pastor a local Presbyterian church here in Nampa. I'm a family man, married with 2 wonderful children. And when I graduated from seminary, about a year after that, I became a cigar smoker. I became the associate pastor of a church in Southern California. And as associates are sometimes given this task, it was my job to meet with all the committees that the head pastor didn't have time for. That included the Building and Grounds Committee. The chair of that committee was a man named John Riccio. And he took me under his wing and he explained to me how the church really runs, all the stuff they don't teach in seminary. He was the kind of guy who, when you talked about that story of the paralytic being lowered through the roof to be healed by Jesus, his question was, I wonder who paid to have that roof fixed. So John invited me up to his house and offered me a cigar and a wee dram of scotch, which Presbyterians are sometimes known to do. It's a vice of our tradition. And he taught me a lot about how to run a church, especially that background stuff that they don't teach in seminary. So I became a cigar smoker, moved out here to pastor a small church here, and I still smoke cigars on occasion in moderation and enjoy a little bit of whiskey also in moderation. But my wife is a sensible woman, and she won't let me smoke in the house. So when I want to have a cigar during the winter, when it gets cold, I drive down to Meridian, where there's an indoor lounge, where I can smoke inside, and it keeps my thin California blood from freezing. But lastly, I do sometimes share a cigar with some members of my church. I'll give you one example. A man in my church recently lost his wife, and he and I meet once a month to smoke a cigar, process his grief, and talk about the promises that comfort us. So here's my 2 points that I'd like you to think about when you make your decision. First is, I hope that this lounge comes to Nampa. I think it'll be a great place. And I'd love to have an indoor place where it's warm, that's not inside my house, where I can have a cigar. And this will do 2 things, kill 2 birds. It'll keep business in Nampa, and it'll help keep me married. Last, and I think most important, you have my word and my testimony that if this lounge comes to Nampa, it will be used for good and noble purposes. Thank you very much for your time.
Judy Nelson. Is Judy Nelson present? Oh, take your time. All right. Please state your name and your address.
My name is Judy Nelson, 2313 River Oaks Drive, Nampa, Idaho, River Oaks Court, sorry. Nampa, Idaho. You're looking at smoking good cigars and drinking good bourbon, Gilby's gin. This is where it got. Now that's nice that that young man can smoke a cigar and have a drink. Some of us aren't that fortunate. I ended up an alcoholic. I ended up with COPD, CHF, and here I am. Now, I haven't had a drink in 45 years. I haven't had a cigar or a cigarette in 11 years. But I have this. Just remember, most people that go in, you buy a bourbon. I only drank the best bourbon. You can ask my husband. I laughed when I saw that piece of paper that said they would teach me how to pair a good cigar with a bourbon or a whiskey. I paired them quite well, thank you, all the way to half dead. You know, this is no way to live. And if you can help it, don't add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Gadd.
Council members, my name is Michael Gadd. I'm the half owner of the V-Cut Lounge.
And your address, please.
I live at 4212 Greystone Drive, Yorba Linda, California. I am a retired utility executive, small business owner, and president of an international nonprofit foundation. I know a little bit about running a business and making investments in business. Business and government get along well when the rules are clear. We came before you and had a thorough, open, 2-hour discussion to talk about the pluses and minuses of the V-Cut Lounge. We talked about how it would enhance the community, how we would be part of downtown. And as my nephew says, we're not a bar. We are not a bar at all. But we came before you, we had a thorough discussion, and you gave us a 6-0 vote. Businesses make investments when the rules are clear, and we were pretty sure the rules were clear. And we've tried to follow all the rules, and here we are with an appeal on something where we thought we had a 6-0 vote. So we're committed to downtown. We believe this will be good for Nampa. Now, I don't live in Nampa, but I'm here quite a bit, and I'm helping to make investments in downtown. And I hope you consider that as when others think about making investments too in downtown. Lastly, in New York City, you can't get a sugary drink over 16 ounces because the mayor thinks it's a bad idea. Now, I understand that not everybody likes cigars. Maybe not everybody likes a little whiskey with their cigar. But there's something called individual responsibility also. So in New York City, you can't have something because the mayor doesn't think it's a good idea. So I understand not everybody likes cigars, but those are individual decisions that each one makes for themselves. And I think there has to be a little individual responsibility. So I appreciate your opportunity to speak with you. I hope we have a favorable outcome and we can be a great part of the downtown district. Thank you.
Thank you. Harold Keach. You are in support of the appeal. Thank you, so noted. Marion, and I'm sorry, I can't read the last name, starts with H. Holshoe, come on forward if you'd like. Sure, just, that'd be fine. Just We'll watch the time limit with a little bit of fuzzy at the end.
So we're Tom and Marion Holshoe, and we're neighbors to Carolyn, and,
Live across the street where the
right, we live right on the corner of 2nd, or 3rd and 14th. And,
And we contributed the Christmas tree this last year.
yeah,
And what's your address?
224 14th Avenue South. And I just, I'm in favor of the V-Cut Lounge being across the street from us. I don't see it affecting us. Alcohol was actually served right next door in Carolyn's building when it was a restaurant. Beer and wine and hard alcohol was sold. There's a church right behind that's within 300 feet. It just seems like there's a lot of inconsistencies. And I feel really bad for Tim and Jennifer. They've invested all this money, and now what? And I just don't think the type of establishment that it's going to be. We have across the street on 3rd with the massage parlor, we've had that, but this isn't going to be that type of thing. We've had a lot worse things in Nampa than this, and I'm not a cigar smoker. I don't know if I will, participate, but I think it will be a great addition to downtown. It'll be classy and nice. And as we develop downtown and we live in a wine country area and that's growing, there's going to be more of a need for more places that serve wine and alcohol if we want to grow in that direction and support that part of our community.
And I just want to say, I think your original decision was the correct one. We've talked to the other three, there's 4 of us that are facing residential, facing the establishment. And there's only one of the group that has a negative opinion. So, but however, in contrast, or contrary to it, is that she once did have an establishment in her building. It was a restaurant. They served wine and beer.
And later, hard alcohol.
So it's kind of like a double standard here. And I understand that the situation with the church, but, they've been granted license before. The church, Little Saigon, is probably closer than this.
Little Saigon
V-Cut's
is
gonna
almost
be.
in the same building.
It's just right down the alley from it. I mean, it's been there, and we have new properties coming in, so that have been approved for beer and wine. So we just think we don't think it's an issue in our neighborhood.
Thank you.
you.
I have a
Question?
Mr. President, I have a quick question. You stated your address and you said you're across the street. Is it the corner?
Yes.
The far corner. Okay. Is
Right,
that your
yeah.
residence or a business?
It
Sorry.
was our business, and then we moved in, so now it's business and residence.
Okay. What do you do? I'm just curious.
I'm an interior designer, and then I have a custom frame shop
Oh,
in the
okay.
back, the little
Yep.
garage.
Gotcha. That's what I thought. I was just curious. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Dale Nelson. Okay, you said that you were in support of the appellant. Is that correct? I think your wife's straightening you out back there. All right. Thank you. Tom Wedevin, if I'm reading that right? Tom, I haven't seen you in a while.
I'm Tom Wedevin, 2001 South Palomar Court, Nampa, 83686. I really do appreciate Carolyn standing up and under these circumstances. I see the council as being not only stewards of the city and the businesses downtown, but also stewards of the population and the people, the colleges, the families, the individuals that travel the streets. The last time we were here, my wife and I testified, I don't even remember, about the state-of-the-art liquor distributor right near the college and all that. At that time, our son-in-law had been killed in a runaway car situation. I think you're probably aware of that. And then at the same time, that same week, a guy went over the viaduct and killed about 3 people, just killed them off because he was dead drunk. I think we can think about ourselves as people. I'm going to have a nice cigar, and basically it's a whole menu of cigars, and you pair them up with bourbon and all these kinds. I'm aware of that kind of thing. It's pretty nice. But what about all the young people, and all those establishments that are downtown right now? You take a look at them, they all are upgrading their beer, which is like 3 to 9% liquor or alcohol content. Walk down the street, right down next to all those. I wonder how many of those businesses served liquor and beer that supported, that wrote in and support. Downtown is fantastic possibilities. For some reason, it's not growing or developing. I think maybe one person stood up finally to say, what about vape shops? What about tattoo shops? What about all the alcohol that increases? The downtown is almost empty, but people are coming in. Take a look at what's coming in there. Is that what we want for our families, our children? We've got grown children. Some of them are in the far country because of these kinds of nice setups, sophisticated. Come on in, have a cigar. Let's teach you how to do this. How many alcoholics are in that college right now? I don't know. That's my comment. I care about Nampa. I care about our people. There's wonderful people. People coming in, all cultures, wonderful people. They have hope for this place because of the former values, the conservative people. We're not all stupid, I grew up drinking lots of liquor and doing all that kind of stuff. So we're not all stupid, just think we're ignorant about all this thing. So that's my statement I care about. And I think this could be, God could have this be a really wonderful town if we hold the line. It's not just a few specific little rules. Who came up with all that? What about the content of our city and our commitment to having a wonderful place to live?
Thank you. Let's see. Jennifer, do you want to speak? Ms. Wanger? I'm mispronouncing your name. Wangler, I'm sorry. Reading the handwriting here. We know where you stand on this. Robert Baker? Is Robert Baker present?
He's coming.
Oh, all right. Name and address, please.
I'm Robert Baker. I'm a smoker of cigars, and I live at 506 Cross Point Avenue in South Nampa. I'm a certified financial planner. I have my own practice, independent practice. Been in Nampa practicing for 20 years. I'm glad that I'm not going to talk about health issues, and I'm not going to talk about the rules, but I am intrigued about the moral issue. And let me just mention 3 people that have been very instrumental in my life as an illustration of my point, okay? My great-grandfather, Adolph Bewand, pastor of Trinity Lutheran Church in Boston for 40 years. He was a cigar smoker, constant cigar smoker. He lived late into his 70s. That's my great-grandfather. My grandfather, Pastor Joseph Johnson, he pastored Trinity Lutheran, Kalispell, Montana for about 20 years, and that was the liberal Lutheran church. My great-grandfather was the conservative Missouri Lutheran, if you know the difference. Another gentleman that was a mentor to me in my teenage years and early college, Dr. Daniel Harrison Culp III. All-American football player from Brown University, missionary to China for 20 years, a psychologist, and, like the other 2, a cigar smoker, living into their late 70s. So again, I'm not here to talk about the health issues. I think that's an individual matter. societal issue maybe to an extent. I'm not here to talk about the rules, but I'm very glad that we're not going to try to make a moral statement about cigar smoking, because I am a cigar smoker and I'm a member of your community. And I don't like to be thought of as somebody that shouldn't be close within 300 feet of a church. Thank you.
Thank you. Val Dill, or Dilly? Name and address.
That'd be Val Dilly. Address is 117 14th Avenue South. City Council, President of the Council, appreciate the time. I'm within 328 feet. Neighbor across the street, which is a church, is 305 feet. We did not get notices originally because the notices only go out to 300 feet. Many years ago, First Street in Nampa was the dividing line between bars, alcohol establishments, and the rest of the community. That was First Street and on to the east. Since then, that rule has gone away. We have the 300-foot rule, and the state passed that rule, and the city of Nampa accepted that. And I think part of the reason behind that is that it's tough to come up here and talk about something like this, because normally I'm in favor of anybody that's going to willing to be an entrepreneur and try to make an establishment. But this 300-foot rule makes it easy for the church not to have to step out in the public and say, no, we don't want this, without having to fight it and show themselves. It makes it easier for them, because we don't want to do this. We don't. We'd like to be able to simply say that there's the rule, and we hope that you would accept that and follow that. It's kind of like the camel's nose in the tent. The camel wants to come into the tent because the wind is blowing so hard outside. And so he asks, please, master, let me come in. Just let me get my nose inside the tent. And before long, he's all the way into the tent. And this is what we have. We started out with First Street being the dividing line, and now we've got the camel all the way into the tent, and everywhere it's popping up. A few weeks back, the city mayor announced that they had taken a survey on what people wanted to happen with the downtown Nampa. And the results was they'd like it to be more family environment. That's where we need to be stepping towards, not another bar. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more person on the list that has signed up. Hunter Woolman. We'll get you up here.
Hunter Woolman, 1104 11th Street South. I am opposed to the appeal. I grew up in a family. My father always smoked a cigar. My fondest memories were just sitting out at night, him smoking a cigar, telling stories of his ramparts when he was a kid, I should say. And once I turned 18, first thing I went across the street to the Tobacco Connection and bought a cigar for me and my dad, and we smoked it. I now work as a remodeler, and I do a lot of hard work, and it gets very tiring, and I always enjoyed to come home and have a cigar every once in a while, but as a 21-year-old, my finances don't always allow it, but I try at least once a week. But something that so we have all the Tobacco Connections and Big Smokes here. And yeah, they have a fine selection of cigars, but something like this will bring an even finer selection of cigars. You have the cigar lounge, I should say, in Meridian. You have a cigar lounge in Boise as well, but I've always hoped that we would have one in Nampa, because I don't want to drive all the way to Meridian or Boise to have a different selection of cigars that I don't have at Tobacco Connection or Big Smoke. I don't think it's going to be too big an issue, too. As Tim Wengler has said, cigars do dry out your mouth. I might have a whiskey with my cigar, but other than that, that's about it. I will have a bottle of water. It really does dry your mouth, so that's about all I have to say.
Thank you. And anyone else who would like to testify who is not, please come forward, state your name and your address.
This is not my normal thing to do, so. I'm Carolyn Somerton. I live at 216 14th Avenue South, directly across. I'm very much in favor of this business coming in. And it was funny because as I sat there listening to everybody, my first thought was, this would be such a great place for professionals to gather and brainstorm and come up with more ideas for the community, more ideas for fundraising, more ideas for family functions, more ideas for growing our town. I can remember, I don't know, probably 40 years ago, sitting with people at the Hasbrook House when the idea came up that we've got to do something with the entrances to Nampa. And it was Lauren Turner and Wanda, I can't remember her last name, Jerry Gintz. But they thought of we all sat there and brainstormed and thought of landscaping. Now, 40 years later, it's beautiful. Makes a much better impression coming into Nampa than what it looked like. So to me, this is what this place is all about. It's not about promoting alcohol. It's not about promoting lung cancer. It's not about any of that. It's to promote a place for people to come and have it be a professional atmosphere, because I don't go to bars, but I doubt I can think of one bar that I would be comfortable going into in downtown Nampa. And this isn't even going to be a bar. I may even take up cigar smoking. My personal residence, where I live right now, I've owned for about 16 years. My son lived there first with roommates. And I had a property manager, so I don't have the dates. I'll get them for you if you need them for discussion amongst yourselves. But the owner of the French restaurant, who leased Carolyn Kling's house, rented my personal home. I guess, Mike, I have a couple of questions as this has come up. One is Val Dilly is a business owner who just spoke. I don't think he lives in his commercial building, so you need a different address. Not that that's a big deal. But did the churches exist before or after Saigon, during the time that Carolyn leased her building to, I can't remember what it was called, Bellevue, or I don't remember what it was called. But were those places in existence when the churches were? So there's a precedence there already. And I guess a practical way, more than distance or feet or front door to front door, is I'd really be curious to know what hours the church is open, that this is going to be it. And I'll guarantee you, that little building that they are in, I am so blessed that it's getting developed, because there were people experiencing homelessness this last summer in there. And last winter, there were dogs barking in the night. They were screaming. They left bags of garbage. So I'm thrilled that these guys are coming in, because that's going to get rid of that. And to me, having someone smoke a cigar and having a whiskey is far safer than what was going on in that, in between the subject property and Furniture City USA. So, and there are 3 primary residences on that block. The Whole Shoes on the corner, then it's a business, then it's me, and then it's Jordan and Josh Snodgrass. And Josh is the son of a minister who's since left the area. That was a church office, and he's the one that got me all excited about it. I'm sorry they're not here tonight. They have 2 little girls, and they're in favor of it, which I can't really put any weight in that. But thank you for your time. I think I forgot to address President and Council, but I appreciate you. You've got a thankless job, so good luck with it.
Thank you.
I'd love to see you approve this.
Anyone else who has not spoken that would like to speak on this matter? Kitty? One moment. Kenny?
Dr. Bloomquist.
Name and address?
Hi, I'm Kenny Roten, 4537 East Tuscany Avenue in Nampa, Idaho. You should have my letter of support in your packet already that we'd written the first time where we hit the 6-0 vote already. There was you got a lot going on here. I feel sorry for you. I mean, you got not only who brought the appellant, that's an issue, but for you. But dear Randy, dear Councilman Haverfield, 4 years ago, didn't know what a growler was when pre-funk came in. And I remember I testified here then. And, there was some education that had to go on. Pre-funk, they just had their 4-year anniversary, I believe. They've become a very nice little business downtown. They're not big like these guys. They won't be big, but they're a very nice little business that they've developed down there. And like I said, I remember not really knowing, what they were doing because it was a new concept. This is a new concept. I mean, Steve's over in Meridian, connected to Rick's Press Shop. It was a cigar bar and a restaurant connected. Kind of a fun little place to go as far as that goes. I'm with the Reverend. I have a couple little humidors on top of the fridge. I don't get to smoke inside either. That does not happen at my house. But that being said, I probably haven't touched one of those in over 6 months, I bet. Cigar smoking is just not like that. It's not like cigarette smoking. You smoke to enjoy it, but not as a not as a hooked habit. Like Carolyn said, I see this as more of a business place, more of a place where you would actually take somebody, an associate, maybe spend a little time. It's not going to be a ruckus bar as far as that goes. If it were, nobody would go there to smoke a cigar. That's not the atmosphere. Like I said, the law, or actually the statute, I guess it is, in Idaho's wisdom, left you the flexibility. I still believe ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? Should have looked into that. That gives you the flexibility to allow if you go downtown Friday night, which I took my daughter downtown, my adult daughter, on Friday, we picked up some food that we'd take home and drove up and down First Street between 12th and 14th, looked for a spot to park, and for 2 blocks, it was full. So people are voting with their feet, voting with their dollars. They vote. They are enjoying what downtown is doing. You've got some traction finally down there. You still see families down there. I look forward to taking my son-in-law to this place. I think it's going to be good business, and it'll keep people on track. You've got some good traction going. I'd hate to see that derailed. So I'm in favor of it, and you do have my letter in your packet. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Bloomquist. Dr. Bloomquist. Name and address, please, sir.
Thank you. I don't need 2 minutes. I have a few seconds I need. I came to Nampa, Idaho in 1948. I was going to go to college for a year. I went for 10 years. I just went to my 71st high school reunion in Fergus Falls, Minnesota. I knew a lot of guys who drank quite heavily and smoked. Not a one of them were there. They passed on years ago, every one of them. I just drove down 12th Avenue and I see this sign, drive and brew. To me, that means drink and drive. Big sign. They just put up another new one. I heard somebody say that there is no harm to anybody to smoke cigars or drink alcohol. Absolutely not true. We have been voting against building a new jail because it costs multiple millions of dollars. Nobody has mentioned that 80% of all jail inmates are there because of alcohol and drugs, predominantly alcohol. And I've heard that this is not a bar. Isn't a bar where you sell alcohol? And then I've heard it referred to a number of times as this bar will be good. That's all I have to say.
Dr. Bloomquist, I need your address for the record, please. Your-
127 Ruth Lane.
Thank you very much.
I mentioned I went to my 71st high school reunion. I have never had one glass of beer in my life. I tasted wine a little bit and I was fooled into drinking one swallow of beer one time, and I was told it was pop. I'm not 90 years old yet, but I think I might make it because I got less than 6 months to go. And I'll tell you something that's much healthier than drinking or smoking. Smoking will kill you. There are over 100 poisons in the smoke that you pull in, your lungs. I'll show you something I can still do, and I'm not going to be 90 years old for almost 6 months yet. Alzati, la tua figlio, a te concera rimane nell'ombra, nel silenzio. I could go on and sing the whole thing, or I could sing for an hour right now, because I sang for an hour last night. Haven't sung a solo in public since yesterday, but I'm going to sing again next Sunday.
I'm going to clap.
Yes, yes. Mr. President, he can shoot free throws well, too.
Anyone else who would like to speak? Seeing none, I look for a motion to, one more thing.
Madam President.
I'm not done.
If I may, President and Council, we're in sort of an awkward procedural situation here because we have an appeal from a decision. The original CUP, the applicant was now a member of the public, but they're sort of being asked to come and defend the case they originally made. I think it would be appropriate to let them close and rebut.
I skipped that, thank you. Didn't mean to do that. Ma'am, Mrs. Keach, would you please come up here and speak? If you like, you don't have to. This is your opportunity to have rebuttal, not new argument, but rebuttal to anything you heard that was spoken.
Yes. Well, yes, I did have a restaurant. I leased out to Le Bellevue Restaurant, a nice upscale French restaurant, and they did serve wine and beer. I don't drink, personally. I was okay with that. They had a nice drink with their dinner. And I'm not opposed to that. This is a different story, what we're talking about, this lounge across the street there. But I heard Mr. Wagner's a very nice man and has a nice family, and I really am personally sorry that, he's taken this route for, that's just my personal opinion, because I think there's so much nicer things they could do. How about having a nice barbecue restaurant? H&M Meats is right there, and they already do catering. That's what I would be in favor of, and I'd be a nice family-friendly place. If people want to come and relax, they can come to my health center and have a nice green drink and healthy, and you're going to feel really good for the rest of the day. So, it's amazing, amazing stuff. You all come over. And I'm not only sorry for the alcohol use, I'm really sorry for the tobacco use that, and they try to make it look like it's going to be a wonderful place to come and relax and have meetings and all this kind of thing. Look at still what's happening there. And I'm all for a really nice place. I like fine, nice places, but not this. And so I'm not saying they're not nice people who smoke and drink, but just not 300 feet from a church. And I think that we should honor the church and their feelings and the code that is already in place there. And so I appreciate your listening and appreciate all the effort that's gone into this. This is not something I wanted to do. And I've never done this before, but I just felt like that someone has to stand up and say, if they want to do this, just not by the church and take it somewhere else, and not across from my business either. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions of the applicant from council? Well, legal's looking at me again.
So, Mr. President and council, I should have, another point. Again, we're in sort of an awkward procedural position where the applicant here is appealing a decision that was granted in favor of Mr. Wangler. So, he has had an opportunity to present, but not to respond. But this, at the root, this is a property interest in which it's a property interest for which he is applying. And I think for the sake of due process, it would be appropriate to allow him to rebut and defend at the close of this public testimony, the comments made that have the ability to impact that right. Does that make, yeah.
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you. No argument from me. Any argument from council? All right. Tim? Again, this is a time not for new argument, but for any rebuttal.
Fair. Well, thank you for having me back. Appreciate that. And I really do appreciate all the public input that we've had here today. That's something that we will take back to our business, and we will certainly be, great business owners. So no rebuttal, just facts here. This is a perfect location for us. If you notice, we are off the beaten path of the downtown historical district. We're on the far corner. We're not on the one-way facing west, which has got the businesses packed in, lots of foot traffic. We are off on a corner. Yes, there's a church there. They face west. We face east. We're closed on Sundays, as I presented to you guys in our business plan. Well, we will not be bothering anybody from that church. We have in our lease agreement a certain number of parking spaces in that large parking lot that we can use, plus the public street parking, so I don't see parking being an issue. It's a short walk from the very expensive and very empty parking garage, topic for another day. And so people can park in the parking garage and come down. So I just want to remind you guys of the timeline. Came here April 15th, got the approval, went through the building process with the building department and was issued building permits in late August. At that time is when we started pulling the trigger with the green light with contractors and spending thousands and thousands of dollars. Then had to go back before planning and zoning, then had to come back in front of council here today. So we've got a potential to completely bankrupt me after receiving building permits from the city of Nampa. I'll close with that. Any questions from you guys?
So, you had mentioned, Mr. President, So you're issued building permits and you have spent money.
Correct.
Was-
Can I
yeah.
follow, Councilman? So we submitted the business plan back to P&Z and said, look, these will be our sales numbers for alcohol. It's going to be fairly low. And they said, okay, that's fine, we approve that. And when P&Z signed off, we were issued building permits. And at that time, we started making phone calls to contractors.
Okay.
And again, to remind you, P&Z did put a condition on our conditional use permit that our alcohol sales had to be low.
Can I ask for staff just to confirm that building permits were issued? Are they, public hearing still open? Can one of you confirm whether building permits were issued, which gave them clearance to go ahead and proceed with building?
Thank you, Mr. President, council members. So I am responsible for the commercial building permits that were issued. A tobacco store, so I would refer you back to the link that we talked about earlier. Tobacco stores are a permitted use in the downtown historic zone.
Right.
My question to the applicant at that time was, what is your percentage of alcohol going to be? He presented me with the business plan that it was going to be 11%. Therefore, it did not kick him into the tavern category. So his building permit was approved based on the permitted tobacco use.
Okay.
Does that
very
make sense?
good. Yeah. And I had one follow-up question for the Mr. Wingler, based on that.
Before you
business
sit
model.
down, though,
Yeah.
Mr. President, I'll try to remember what my question was now. The building is owned by H&M Meats, is that correct? And this is a tenant improvement, it's not a building permit, correct?
Councilman Haverfield, yes, that is correct. It was a tenant improvement permit.
All right, thank
based
you.
on the use.
And then who else are you inviting up?
No one else. I was going to ask for
Oh.
clarification on the H&M Meats arrangement with the point-of-sale food portion that was in the business plan.
So my only other question was, I heard that it's 300 feet from front door to front door, is that correct? Is that what the interpretation is by the ordinance?
Councilman Haverfield, we've talked amongst ourselves about how to measure that. Depending on what it is we're talking about, sometimes we measure property line to property line. This, we interpreted as entrance to entrance.
Okay, front entrance to front entrance. So it does meet that standard. Because in looking at just the site plan, you're 140 feet in length along the southern boundary, which is the parking lot, a 20-foot alley, plus 140 feet on the other side. That's 300 feet from front door to front door.
Okay.
So I think that was part of the interpretation that we received when we had this before us in April. So I just wanted that clarification.
Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Thank you.
So, Mr. President, we've been told, sorry, but Norm, that's not what you were saying. Well, I want to know what the code is. From as far as a comprehensive, maybe it's a legal question. I'm reading nearest entrance to the licensed premises, straight line to the nearest entrance.
Councilman Brenner, either way, it's within 300 feet.
I thought we just determined it was above 300 feet by what Councilman Haverfield just said.
That's what I'm hearing. It's from front door to front door, that's 300 feet plus.
It's clarification, please.
Yeah. You'd have to walk over the top of the buildings to
I
get
mean,
in
I
a
think
straight
that's a
line.
huge difference in this discussion. I'm sorry, it has to be by a foot or a few inches, but I think it's a huge point.
Let's add that to our council discussion.
Okay.
Right now, you can be seated.
Thank you.
Anything else of Tim?
Yeah, it was, there's been mention of relationship with H&M Meats and serving of food. What, is that like a memorandum of understanding, a business agreement on how food would
We
be?
have a business agreement. We will have an iPad at the counter. People can come up, put their order in. A receipt will print at his chef station. They'll prepare, and then they'll bring it around and serve. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No? Anything else of Tim? Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, before we do close the public hearing, ask that question that you have of any staff.
Would legal?
Or legal, either one.
Well, I mean, I still would want an added second question, which I just brought up, the 300 feet. And it sounds like we're not going to be able to determine that exactly tonight from what I'm hearing controversy regarding that. My first question was regarding the sale to a possible church, if there was any legal bearing on whether the current church, that would prevent them from selling to another church if we approve this. I should say disapprove the appeal.
President, Councilman Brunner, no, this, so maybe to answer both. First, this does not act retroactively against the church. So, so if a church wanted to come in right next door to a bar and start a church, or even wanted to begin on Sunday mornings operating a church out of a licensed liquor premises, both of those would be allowed. Okay. And the bar would continue to be, let's see, because the bar was in place prior to the church, and that is the direction in which it applies. So, this limitation shall not apply to any duly licensed premises, which is referring to a bar, that at the time of licensing did not come within the restricted area, but subsequent to licensing came therein. So if the licensed premises is in a place and then finds itself within 300 feet of a church by virtue, but that happened after the licensed premises came into being, the restriction does not apply.
Say, bottom line, in my layman's simplistic terms, another church could purchase this church.
This is not, nor could it be constitutionally a limit on where a church can operate.
Okay.
It does not work in that direction.
Okay. And then is there any way we can land on this 300-foot definition here?
So, well, I can provide this. According to ISP, the Idaho, the Alcohol Beverage Control Division of the Idaho State Police, their interpretation of this, which again is just their interpretation, although it does seem to follow the language, is that there must be at least 300 feet from the property line of the church to the nearest entrance of the establishment. So the 300 feet is from a door entering into the establishment to the property line of a church. Again, the limitation applies, except with the exception that it does not apply when.
I understand that. So I'm just
Yes.
trying to get bottom line questions. So it's not 300 feet. It's less than 300 feet is what I'm. Okay. Okay. So it's not from entrance to entrance, it's from property line to entrance of the new establishment. Okay, thank you.
I would look for a motion to close public hearing.
So move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, before we move into deliberations, I would like council to be clear-minded on this. Do you want to take a break? You've been sitting here for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
No, let's get this done as far as my opinion.
Okay.
Get it done.
Anybody else? All right. We'll move forward then. Council discussion.
I will start this because I am totally against smoking. I'm totally against drinking. I'm totally against any more bars coming in downtown Nampa. But the other thing is I hate inconsistency. And from what I'm hearing here, we have other alcohol establishments that are within 300 feet of this church. For right, wrong, or otherwise, this council, back in August, 6-0 count, is that correct, Madam Clerk?
I would have to.
Okay.
I'll represent that it was.
That it was. And so at this point in time, there's no way I can accept the appeal. Let me tell you, though, I appreciate you so much, Mrs. Kling-Keach, for standing up, because I think anybody, the history of Nampa knows that it was initially referred to as New Jerusalem. The reason for that was not having alcohol not only just beyond First Street, but at all. If I had my censorship, which I don't believe I should have, there'd be no alcohol in downtown Nampa. But this consistency needs to be there. I have faith from what I'm hearing from the owners that they are going to be proper in the running of this establishment. And doggone it, people have rights, and not for us to project our morals in that area, even though I believe what's right and what's wrong. But because of the inconsistency on this, I will not be voting in favor of this appeal.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor, President, I have been listening to the comments. I've written everything I can write down here that makes any sense. Here's a bottom line. A wrong doesn't make a right. And the state code stipulates just that. It stipulates what we can do as council, as a governing body. The first thing is, I don't care if you smoke. That's up to you. I don't care if you drink. That's up to you. I do care when you drive. So whether this establishment is a good place for Nampa or there's not a good place for Nampa, that's for us to decide what we want downtown. And we have asked for a family environment downtown, and I'm going to stick to it. I am not going to support this. Actually, I'm going to support the appeal. There.
Further discussion?
I know public hearing is closed, but can I ask legal question?
Yes, if it has to do.
Has
yes,
to do with the
go
motion.
ahead.
The vote in April was, the only reason that was brought before us because we were operating under the presumption that it was within 300 feet. So
That is my understanding.
yeah, that's what triggered the request.
And you can ask staff. Rodney is also staff.
Public hearing was closed, so, but
He's not a, sorry, President and Council, my understanding is that it's appropriate to ask questions of staff. They aren't members of the public, they're acting on your behalf. And so if you're seeking clarification, that's different than a member of the public responding to something.
okay. Is it okay with President, just to answer that question?
Yes.
Yes. All right.
President and Councilman Holcomb, so that request in April was actually for an alcohol license. It had nothing to do necessarily with the church. It would still need your approval for that alcohol license. The church is notified as part of that process.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Mr. President, I appreciate again the people that have stated their position on this. And I, like Darrell, do not appreciate the inconsistency of things, and we bring that forward when we see it. I think we were all acting in good faith. So was the Mr. Wangler when he came before us the first time. We received the recommendation, which I believe was close to unanimous from Planning and Zoning, for approval based upon the conditions that were put up on the screen, that if we were to find issues with, that we would go off of those 3 items. I support small business. What I'm hearing is, again, like Kenny brought forward, I didn't even know what a growler was 4 years ago. I'm still not one that, I don't drink, I don't smoke either, and I don't ever see myself having that type of lifestyle, but our culture is changing, and there are those out there that seek these type of opportunities. And since this is indoor, as far as on the smoking side, it's not like it's contributing. I think I can't see the negative nature of that, other than it's just a personal choice, and people have their choice to move and do the things that they do. I can't support the appeal because I don't think that's in good keeping with what we determined the first time that we saw this. We heard the recommendations from several other downtown businesses that supported this and saw that it was compatible and it would work. We've heard the testimony of others tonight that live in a general relationship to this location, that they have no issue with it and are in support of it as well. So it's mixed. There's several people that stated that they were not in support of it. I would like to move forward, if we were to do anything in the future, is maybe look at a moratorium like we are with the storage complexes and move down that road. But at this point, the fact that we've already granted them the authorization to move forward with this, they've spent their own dollars, which are precious dollars, to work on a tenant improvement to provide this space. I don't think it would be in good keeping nor a good message to send to the development community to deny them now after this. Plus, I don't know what the legal recourse that they would have against us for now saying that you can't do what we told you could do, but that's more of a legal question. I just don't think that it's right or proper, so I can't support the appeal.
Further discussion by council?
Mr. President and council members, first off, I'd like to say to Mrs. Klinkeach, I really appreciate and admire you taking a stand and coming forward to us. I appreciate also our community members that sign petitions. Seeing you get behind things, whatever the cause might be, is a really great thing to see our community doing. I support a healthy mix of businesses downtown, family-friendly, and I also understand that there are things that people over 21 want to indulge in without their children. I support our small and local businesses. I've made that very clear in the past. I also support our houses of worship, and I do support having a community that is spiritually based because we benefit when that happens. I've been a spokesperson for our community when they come forward and speak, but I will tell you this is probably the most difficult decision in the past 4 years that I've had to make because I see the numbers on one side that have come forward and said, here's our voice, this is what we're saying. And then I see the small and local business on the other side, and as Councilman Haverfield said, we've already approved it, and they've gone forward, they've moved forward in good faith, doing what they have been approved by the city. I'm going to once again reiterate what a couple of my council members have said. I don't like the inconsistency. If we interpret it this way for one business, but we interpret it another way for another business, what is that sending? What message is that sending to our community? So we really have to kind of get that one together as well. It's not illegal to drink. It's not illegal to smoke. And then I think about the fact that down on Library Square, we were going to put some type of a smoking ordinance or restriction, and I don't even know what the update of that is. But when I think about downtown, it's not illegal to be smoking downtown, and I have personally seen people walk in front of the church buildings with cigarettes, and they've stood in front of the church building. They weren't worshipers, but they stood there and they smoked. The other thing that I found interesting that the man who owns the V-Cut Lounge pointed out is that they will not be operating their hours of business while the church is in session. So I'm trying to weigh all of these things together and not really sure where to go with making a decision. I am in favor of a healthy Nampa. I want us to be responsible in making our choices, but I also realize at the same time that each one of you has freedom to make your choice. And I'm saddened for the lady that came and testified that she's had major health issues because of the alcohol and because of the smoking. I know those things affect each and every one of us in one way or another because there's a trickle-down effect. But in the end, I'm not really sure how this business will directly affect Nampa in general. And what Councilman Haverfield said, which I really appreciated, is the fact that we've already approved this, and now they've invested their money, and now we're going through this appeal process. And I just want you to know I am really, really struggling with this decision tonight. And that's all I have to say, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion or motion?
Mr. President, I want to thank everyone who came and spoke on both sides of this issue. I appreciate the passion on both sides. I take to heart the concern for health, and I know it's a separate topic that Councilman Levi had spoken to. You know, secondhand smoke in public spaces where children are present and don't want to breathe it is an issue that I care about and hope to address further with the council. Someone consuming nicotine indoors on a private property meeting the legal requirement for age and whatnot is a different matter. It's a property rights issue. And I also have concerns about the church, but I also know Little Saigon. I support Little Saigon. And I know they serve beer, wine, and sake. Sake's it's got a little more kick to it. And they're closer to the church building, and as there's these inconsistencies that we're looking at downtown, the fact is the original applicant was already given permits and started hiring contractors and has put his own dime into this. And while I'm sympathetic with the appeal and the concerns of the church, it's unfortunate that we didn't hear those concerns at the first meeting, nor did P&Z hear it and their concern. I do feel bad about that. If the pastor and members of the church did want to speak and didn't speak when they had those two opportunities to speak, it would have came under consideration at that time. But having made the decision and green-lighted the building permits, it's hard to tell someone who's invested thousands of dollars that it's all going to go to naught at this stage. So I'm going to uphold our prior decision to approve the applicant. And my admonition to the Wanglers would be to encourage your clients to go across the street and have some of that green drink over at Mrs. Keach's business. Yes. All right.
Mr.
Let's help
President.
one another and support one another. Yes.
Before or after?
Councilman Levi.
One question of clarification, and perhaps one of the council members or yourself could clarify this for me. So in the future, so for instance, Little Saigon is serving drinks, and Pantera Market is coming in, and they're going to have alcohol that they'll sell. So do they have to go through a process to be able to do that, or are they just approved and they can go ahead and sell those things?
Well, I'd like to have staff clarify that. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, and I think this is a discussion for future to bring back, make these items more consistent. If Little Saigon is already approved, somewhere down the line that happened. So, I mean, we just need to, as a council, get our act together, whether it's a previous council or what, but our present council needs to have these issues more consistent, and so we have a.
President Skog.
Agreed.
If I could clarify, sir.
Yes.
The Little Saigon does not sell hard liquor. It sells beer and wine. That's the difference.
And sake.
And sake, okay. So that's the difference. So
Sake's not.
okay.
All right. I'm looking for a motion if someone wants to make one.
Mr. President, I would make a motion to deny the appeal that's been brought before us tonight.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second? Okay, call for vote.
Rodriguez?
No.
Brunner?
Clarification, so yes is denying the appeal. Okay, yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
As chairman, do I vote?
I believe so. The absence of the mayor for this particular hearing was by virtue of a conflict, and so you have not changed your role on this particular council, but to help run this, so.
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
And motion carries 5-1. I would entertain a motion to adjourn after this comment. There were people here who spoke that have not spoken perhaps before at a city council meeting. I liked hearing both sides of this issue. Please keep engaged on this issue and others, and thank you for being here. Motion to adjourn for 10 minutes or take a break?
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
Aye.
on break. 10 minutes.
I had to go already.
Say,
Yeah.
Okay, 6-3.
Council, a question for council real quickly. We have a guest here that is here for item 5.3 on the agenda that has 2 children, and Oh, there you are, right there. Thank you so much. And is Kirk, you know what, could someone grab Kirk Carpenter?
Kirk's in the evening now.
I know, he's right behind us. Would you guys mind if I skip back to number 5.3 on the agenda so that we can allow this individual to leave?
Please.
Okay, so we're going to move to item 5.3 on the agenda. There he is, they just went looking for you. So this is the resolution for disposal of surplus Nampa Fire Department trailer to the Nampa Kids and Developmental Soccer.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, is this a giveaway?
And the recipient is here in the audience, and so, Kirk, would you like to come and then remind me of your first name again? Say that again. Chantel. Chantel. Thank you, Chantel. So you are with the Nampa Kids and Developmental Soccer? The Nampa Premier Soccer Club. Okay, would you
I'm
mind?
a football coach, but I would support this motion. So I made-
So what is the motion, though? I'm not,
Are we going to debate what real football is?
To donate surplus
So the
property.
request is, we have an enclosed trailer that we've had down at our training center for the last 12 years. It was originally intended to be used as a rehab trailer for the fire department. It has never been modified to be that asset for us. It was going to go for auction. I think it valued at $500 through Fleet.
1,500 is what I read. I
1,500.
thought.
And at the time, we ran into a local nonprofit that supports kids sports that needed a trailer that actually fits the description of what we own, because it is prepped for concessions.
Yeah.
So-
So Mayor, why I'm asking this, in the packet, I didn't have an understanding whether this was just a total donation.
Yeah, this is a donation.
There's no better place to donate a trailer than this. I'm just a little reluctant because it's setting the precedent of taxpayer, even though this is, I realize the monetary amount is not that much. It's just the idea of donating taxpayer property without
think this was
without
donated-
getting any reimbursement.
This wasn't purchased by the city of
It
New York.
was,
This
so,
was
okay,
donated
so
to us.
there was no purchase of this?
The
piece of
only
equipment?
expense has been the maintenance for the last 12
Okay,
years
that's a
while
different,
Fleet
that's
has
a
cared
different
for it.
ballgame, but normally I would not vote in favor of just setting this precedent of giving city property away.
Correct, Councilman. This
Okay.
was
Okay.
donated to the Nampa Fire Department.
Okay.
That's a correct call. We would agree with that down at this end, I think.
Just one end, I have one agreement tonight?
Oh, we got some thumbs.
You got
So there's a motion, right? Okay.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a motion. Was there a second?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, okay.
I did.
And this was discussion. Okay, is there any further discussion?
Actually, Mayor, I'm an old soccer coach for Skyline High School. I love soccer. You're right on, Chantel.
So what did you not coach?
A lot. Well, you got Randy that coached Mr. Bowers over there when he was just a kid. That means-
Dr.
Oh, sorry,
Bowers.
Dr. Bowers.
Get it right.
Okay.
Call for the vote.
Okay,
Thanks, Randy.
roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
And would you like to say anything? Since you have waited all this time? It's a long time to wait.
It's been very enlightening. Yes, thank you. We are a nonprofit, and we're the only soccer club for kids in Canyon County, and we really, really appreciate your support and your investment in these young athletes. So thank you.
Thanks for
Mayor
watching.
Thank you. It's so nice to meet you, and thank you. And Councilman Haverfield.
Yeah, and before you sit down, my granddaughter was in a soccer tournament over at Simplot this weekend. What an amazing complex. There was, I don't know how many acres that is, but it was just full of kids. So I support soccer now because she's playing it, but it's a sport that I'm not used to watching. So, but they had a wonderful time, and it's definitely a worth of the time that you're doing. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move back into our public hearings, and we're ready for agenda item 6.3. This is an action item, zoning map amendment to suburban residential from suburban residential to single-family residential, 6,000 square feet at 409 South Midland Boulevard for a .71 acre or 30,747 square foot portion of the southeast quarter of Section 29 T3 in R2WBM for Christopher Schultz. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this. Is the applicant here today? Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
My name is Chris, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Schultz. I live at 409 South Midland Boulevard here in Nampa. We were looking to split the property from the shop that is back there, from the house, into two individual properties. So that was the main crux of it. If you want, I can answer any questions you have.
Does council have any questions? See none, but you will have the opportunity to come back if needed. Thank you so much. Staff, Norm.
Yes. Again, this action is to rezone this parcel at 409 South Midland. And he basically stated his purpose and reason. He's asking for the rezone in order to get it from the RA to the RS6 to qualify for a split of that piece in half, basically. And this shows the location there. The big building behind is the building that he wishes to remodel a portion of it as a dwelling and split off the front dwelling that you see there in the, right here. And so there'd be a property line split somewhere, you know, that would actually split off the house, but allow access back to that structure, which will, a portion of which would be remodeled for a dwelling. And again, the property is about .71 acres or 30,000 square feet as it is presently constituted, which is required by the RA zone to have a 30,000 square foot parcel. So he's seeking the RS6 to be able to go below that for the other two parcels, below the 30,000. He actually will end up with more than 6,000 on each piece, but he's chosen to request the RS6. Again, already stated that. You basically have RS6 zone behind it. You have enclave property to the east directly, and to the northeast an RS7 zone up there to the north. Utilities are available, access the property. Frontage, again, is on Midland Boulevard, and that's where the property accesses. And these are the findings that the commission approved. Rezone is reasonable and necessary to allow the applicant to use the property as proposed. And again, the RS6 is in the interest of the property owner, and it does conform with the medium-density residential designation in the area to downzone that from the RA to the RS6. And the split with the conversion of a portion of the existing garage and shop to a dwelling would be compatible with a residential use because it creates a residential element on that property that he is splitting off. So again, that's the recommended action. There's no conditions recommended. The right-of-way has already been dedicated for the widening of the street, and I believe the sidewalk already exists there. So there's no street improvements required as a condition of this rezone.
Norm, could you show us how they're going to access the property?
Well, there's actually two driveways right now. One comes up on the north side of this house here, and then there's one out here. And the applicant can explain how that split, how the access will work, but each piece will have legal access. Yes.
So it is an approved access?
Yes.
Because of the distance between them? It would be approved?
Yes.
Okay.
Any?
Are there any other questions for Norm?
Mayor Kling, if I could. Norm, so how many single residents could be put in this lot?
Well,
according to code.
He's asking for one. He isn't asking to split the property this evening, but his intent for the rezone is to allow it to be split. And he could, for every 6,000 square feet, you could have one single family detached dwelling, but that's not his intent. There'll be a single-family detached dwelling, this existing dwelling, which will be on its own parcel after the split. And then he'll be remodeling a single dwelling as a part of what he has there in this shop garage building, and it will be split separately.
Okay.
He hasn't anticipated to create any more single-family dwellings.
Okay, thank you.
Nor could he.
Yeah, right.
So, Mayor Kling, Norm, then the shop building in the back, it's not a commercial use, it's just for storage of personal property?
Yes, he's operated a business. He can further explain this, but he's operated a business out of there over the years. I think it's a landscape maintenance type business. And it's not been used for commercial, that I understand at all.
With an RS6, then it would be only a home, it's not like an RP,
Right.
so,
He could continue to operate his home
business.
business out of there, yes.
But it wouldn't have to be an RP zone for him to be able to do that?
No.
then? Okay,
Still be considered a home occupation.
okay.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Norm. So this is a public hearing and an opportunity for public testimony. We have one person signed up in support of this. It's Carolyn Summerton. Is Carolyn here? And I don't see her.
She spoke.
Okay. Okay, so I don't know if that's an error.
Yeah.
Maybe is an error on this one. With that, there isn't anyone else signed up in support of or in opposition to. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular issue? Seeing none, would the applicant, do you have any further comments that you would like to, and counsel, do you have any questions for the applicant? You're welcome to come back up if you have. So no questions from counsel for the applicant? Okay, so hearing none, I'd stand for a motion to close.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so what is the will of council?
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to approve the this is, zoning map amendment from RA to RS6 as presented to us.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, that was a long wait for a quick decision. Thank you very
Go home and
much.
eat now.
Yes. Okay, item 6.4 on the agenda is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to the adjacent RS7, which is single-family residential, 7,000 square foot, to RS85, 8,500 square feet, or RS22, 22,000 square feet for a zoning district for Lake Lowell Avenue. This is for the city of Nampa. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. So we are our applicant.
Mayor, Council, this annexation comes to us by way of our agreement with the Nampa Highway District. We annually review our street network with them, and the agreement that we have in place dictates that when 55% of a half-mile section of roadway becomes annexed into the city limits, we then annex the roadway into our jurisdiction. As you can see with the annexation of the city dump site here, the Carriage Hills West property, and then the Stella's Point, that calculation was met. And so this is just a request from staff to annex that portion into the city limits and into the city's jurisdiction and out of Nampa Highway's jurisdiction. We have existing utilities. The Carriage Hills and Stella's Point have run those utilities through there. History and background, talked about the agreement. No correspondence or objections have been received, and would just recommend approval of the annexation.
Mayor Kling? So we're talking about from Midway down to a point halfway between Midway and Middleton?
Correct. It is the 1/2 mile west or east of Midway.
So I assume the other half mile is already in
Correct.
the
That
city.
is
Okay.
already within the city limits.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Daniel? And Daniel, are you also the staff report?
For the sake of time, yes.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing, and I do have one person signed up in opposition, and it's a Thusen? Is that for this one, or is that the?
So that was Lamont Thewison.
Yes.
I actually spoke to him after the long public hearing. He was under the impression that we were looking at putting residential in the dump area. When I explained that no, we were just annexing the right-of-way, he didn't feel the need to remain for the public hearing.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, at this time, I don't have anyone else signed up to testify on this behalf. Is there anyone here that had intended to? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, council discussion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would move that we accept the annexation and zoning of the property in case number ANN 129-19.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Vogelboom,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Item 6.5 on the agenda is an action item. This is for annexation and zoning to RS6 for single-family residential at 700 West Mariah Avenue. This is a 7.44 acre portion of lots 7, 8, and 9 of the Holmes Acre subdivision. And this is for Nick Babek for the Promised Land subdivision, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. Is the applicant here this evening? Hi, would you like to come forward? Go ahead and restate your name and tell us a little bit about your project.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nicholas Babak. I live at 700 West Mariah Avenue. And we just finished building this house a year ago. We bought this property with my partner. And we thought we're going to keep some animals there and have a, you know, kind of a... Anyways, long story short, we just decided to kind of subdivide it into a smaller lots and just build a couple more homes so our friends and relatives would be near us as well.
Okay. So, council, do we have any questions for the applicant?
I like the name.
Thank you.
Promised Land subdivision. So we will have you come back if we have any further questions. We'll go ahead and do the staff report, and then we'll see what other questions we have for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Christy.
Me again. Thank you, Mayor, council members. So the action required from you this evening is approval of the annexation and zoning to RS6 for the parcels located at 700 East Mariah Avenue. These properties are not currently located inside the city limits, but are considered enclaved because the area completely surrounding them is inside the city limits. It's bordered on three sides by single-family residential subdivisions zoned RS6 and to the south by a residential county property that is also enclaved. So a little bit of history on the conversation that we had. When I first met with this applicant, we discussed the sizes of the lots that he was going to be proposing. I originally recommended that he go with the RA zone so that he could get the larger lot sizes. However, upon further analysis of the comprehensive plan, it became apparent that it would be more appropriate to zone it to RS6 to match the surrounding properties and to avoid what could potentially be seen as a spot zone. So I've listed some reasons why the Planning and Zoning staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended RS6 rather than RA. The comprehensive plan indicates medium-density residential. The surrounding properties are already zoned RS6. The RA density does not meet the definition for medium zone or medium-density residential. The RA would equate to a spot zone in this instance. The RS6 would be more appropriate zoning designation even though the lot sizes proposed are larger than are required in the RS6 zone, which is allowed. The applicant is also not opposed to the assignment of RS6 as it does not affect his future allowable uses. This is just an example of what he was talking to you about the split that he's proposing into the 6 lots. He's proposing here a kind of a horseshoe access into the property that would be a private drive, and then a private drive back to these lots. So the findings of fact in this annexation request is that it is surrounded by city-zoned properties. The request for the annexation is reasonable given the location of this property and the comprehensive plan land use designation. Utility and emergency services are available. The proposed development meets the requirements for the RS zone. And with the improvements mentioned under correspondence in the staff report, the subdivision substantially conforms to the applicable subdivision and zoning standards. So I've listed out the conditions of approval here. They were also listed in your staff report. They're pretty standard for subdivision and for annexation requirements. So the request again is for approval or denial of the annexation and zoning to RS6 for the properties located at 700 East Mariah Avenue. I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling. In the conditions of approval, it talks about septic permit. So these lots are large enough to have their own septic and not be tied to the city service?
So I probably defer to Daniel on that one. I believe that the sewer line is too shallow to service these properties. So do you want to answer that?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, yes, the properties as proposed are large enough to have a septic. They will be connecting to city water. And so our conversations with Southwest District Health is that that is an acceptable.
So the preference would be to have individual septic systems then?
Yes, the sewer at the end of Mariah here and at Miranda here is about 2.5 feet deep, and so does not have the depth necessary to serve that area. The alternative is there is a sewer line in Woodlands Drive here that would be deep enough, but would have to go through existing developed lots. And so for the use for the 6 homes in that area, we brought it before council earlier this year to ask whether or not you guys would be supportive of septics in that area. The answer was yes, and therefore proceeded with this action.
I should have remembered then. But thank you for the clarity.
Okay, are there any further questions for staff?
Get out of here. Tell that guy to go home.
I know, I make a motion that Darrell go home. Go home and sleep.
Poor guy, always trying to get rid of me.
I guess that was permission if you want.
One more episode.
We don't okay.
You want to
Okay.
stay till midnight.
I just like attention.
Do we have an emergency crew on call for that guy?
Firefighters.
Well, we got the firefighters should give you CPR.
So this is a public hearing, and there is no one signed up in support of or in opposition to. So is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular issue? See none. This is an opportunity for the applicant. Do you have any further comments or anything else you'd like to share? No? And counsel, do you have questions for the applicant?
I have a question. Have you reviewed these conditions of approval? And you're okay with them? All right, thank you.
Okay,
A motion to
thank
close
you.
public hearing?
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential for the applicant Nick Babak. Did I say that right? For the Promised Land subdivision is listed under agenda item 6.5.
Second.
It's been
With recommended conditions of approval.
I'll second that too.
Okay, yep.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
So our final public hearing this evening is annexation and zoning to RS6 at 1700 East Iowa. And this is for Ronald and Jeanette Hansen for connection to city water and sewer services and the construction of a new home. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. Is the applicant here this evening? Come on forward. Thank you for telling us about what you would like to accomplish.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Ron Hansen, 1715 East Iowa Avenue. Yeah, we're just wanting to annex into the city to build a brand-new home, a custom home, and for city water and sewer services. There used to be a manufactured home on the lot that has been sold and moved off.
Council, do you have, we'll pause for just a minute. Sorry. Nope, you're fine. Get to feeling better. Thank you.
Get well.
Yes.
Don't go to my house.
Okay. Do we have, Council, do you have any questions for our applicant regarding what they're requesting?
No.
So we will listen to staff report, and then we will have you come back if there are any further questions. Thank you so much. Norm?
Again, this is a annexation and zoning request to RS6. The parcel size is listed there. It's a 0.37 acre, about a 16,000 square foot parcel. So it does meet the RS6 zoning request that they have on the property in terms of the lot size. It exceeds the minimum requirement. You have enclaved property to the north, to the south, to the east, and to the west. Actually, not, yeah. I guess it's all enclaved surrounding it. It's connecting to the road, which is annexed. I think you can see that better. Whoops. See that better right there.
That was my question.
You see the right-of-way there that's been annexed and the parcel that's adjacent. So your annexing is adjacent to the road right-of-way there. And so, again, the Planning Commission has reviewed this and recommends approval. You have utilities available in the area that he's requesting to connect to. And shows the neighborhood view, kind of how it sits there with the manufactured home that was there previously. That's the street view. And again, there was no residents who expressed any opposition to this. Engineering has no objections except with the conditions that are listed here. They're not objecting to the conditions, excuse me. They have no objections with the following conditions. Right, yes. Anyway, and they've already removed the septic system and the well. As I understand, they've abandoned those already according to procedures, and they're willing to comply with the other requirements that are listed there. And again, this is the recommended findings. I won't go through those, but there is rationale because of its proximity. We always like to see the enclaved areas annexed, certainly, and this applicant is asking to be annexed so he can utilize the benefits of connecting to the city.
Does anyone have any questions for Norm? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up in support of or in opposition to. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on behalf of this request this evening? Okay, this would be an opportunity for the applicant to come back and have any other comments. I would like to ask, you fully understand the conditions of approval, and you did agree, as he suggested, to the conditions of approval.
One thing that was mentioned was the well. We were planning on using the well for irrigation water.
You were.
And in our last meeting, they said it was okay for us to be able to use that. But we have abandoned the septic. It's all crushed in and not usable anymore.
Okay. So how does that work if they're using a well for irrigation? Because as being annexed into the city, are they going to, I'm not sure on that particular property, are they going to be paying double on they're going to have to pay for irrigation?
Mayor, annexation into the city and annexation into this municipal irrigation district are separate actions.
Okay.
So this would just annex them into the city. Unless they were to connect to the city's pressurized irrigation, we will not annex them into the municipal district. So they would still be paying the underlying flood district, which is Nampa Meridian in this case,
Okay.
and not the city.
Okay. And you understand that you'll still have some irrigation dues due to even though you use the well. Okay. Good.
Mayor?
Yes.
So do I not understand then the condition of approval number 2 in accordance to what the applicant said and how Daniel just answered?
So, Mayor, Councilman Levi, we did not object to his retaining the well for irrigation purposes. And so that would likely need to be changed as one of the conditions of approval to state that the well can remain.
So we need to take care of that before we approve it?
I think so, just so that it's clear. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve this annexation and zoning to RS6 for 1700 East Iowa Avenue for Ronald and Jeanette Hansen, with particular attention to the well for irrigation and with the conditions of approval.
Second?
And the clarity is understanding that the well, and thank you for clarifying that,
Yes,
is usable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Brunner? Pardon me, he's absent. Vogabond?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Here you go. Thank you for waiting. It was a long wait for a quick decision, but enjoy your new home. Thank you. That concludes our public hearings this evening. We are going to go back to new business. We're going to start, we've already done action item 5.1. We're going to move to action item 5.2, and that is to authorize the mayor to sign the firefighters' local 804 contract. And it's been approved by legal. And do we need anything communicated? Thank you, Kirk.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, this has been approved by legal. We had Maren look at this, and the chief is here simply to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Bruce. Are there any questions?
No? I think we understood what we were.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, this is as you guys all know, this is a big effort, and definitely want to express how proud I am of not just as the fire chief of the firefighters that came to the room, but I can tell you, although it was an extended period of time, both sides were very professional, respectful at all times, and came to the room with good intent every time. So I appreciated both efforts on both sides. So.
And I would like to express my appreciation to Councilman Bruce Skog for representing us and leading those negotiations. Thank you very much.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to authorize you to sign the firefighters local 804 contract as approved by legal.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I would like also in that motion is to include Mr. Skog to do that again next year.
No.
You can find me.
We know where your cabin is.
We know where you live.
He's definitely welcome to come hang out, and have coffee with me, and we'll
There you go.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vogabond?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes. Thanks.
Thank you. Item 5.4 on the agenda is an action item to approve the contract and authorize the mayor to sign a resolution for the lease of a new fire engine, and this has been approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I have, so I understand that, is this the leasing group, the same group that I think former Chief Roberts had?
Correct, Mayor and
Contact.
Councilman Hogaboom. This is the same community leasing partnership that we have in place with the two prior engines. By signing the contract early, although we don't have a payment due for a year with the leasing partner, by signing early, it gives us opportunity. They will pay for the chassis prepayment, which gives us almost a $10,000 discount.
Okay. So the interest portion that we're paying on the 7 years, this was, if at all possible in the future, if we can find a better deal, of course, I'm sure you'd be looking for the best deal possible, but I just hate paying interest.
I agree.
Yeah, all right, but thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I would stand for a motion.
Already.
Did we already do that?
Yeah, I made a motion.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded, and how about then we're done with the discussion? Roll call.
Vogabond?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, number 5.5 is continued to a later date. 5.6 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a non-alcoholic beverage agreement with Pepsi Beverages Bottling Company for divisions within the Nampa Parks and Rec Department that include the Nampa Rec Center, Ridgecrest, Centennial, and beverage services through the Recreation Division. This has been reviewed and approved by legal.
So moved, even though I like Coke better, but for the record, but sorry.
Second, I like Pepsi.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Other than that?
Mayor,
Yes?
I don't drink either.
Neither do I.
It's non-alcohol.
It's a sugary drink.
Yeah.
That's why. I have to avoid it all. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and if there's no further discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Item 5.7 is an action item, and this is a resolution from Valley Regional Transit appointing the primary and alternative representatives. And this has come forward because we had a change in our alternate. Let me get to the actual document real quickly. And so we were considering who to put in as the alternate. And so so I am a representative, and Councilwoman Levi is the other representative. And then, I don't know if we can put two, I think we can, two alternate representatives depending on who's available, Tom Points being one and Rick Hogelbaum being the other, depending on availability. And Tom Points, and I greatly appreciate this, is really serving as a wonderful backup to VRT and the Compass Board because of the impact that regional transportation has on some of their grants. And so it's just a really good staff backup. So if it would so please the council.
Sounds good to me,
Okay,
as long as my name's not there.
so would there be a motion to approve that?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Whoops. Vogelboom?
I'm a yes, and I think I got on here when I didn't show up or
Yes,
something.
right.
That's right. Happens every
Sorry,
time.
moving on.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.8 is to authorize the mayor to sign the memorandum of understanding between Mr. Francisco Ramirez Escobar defining the construction and cost share responsibility for drainage facility to be located on Mr. Escobar's property. And this is approved in the FY 2020 budget. Tom, your name is on this one. Hi, Daniel.
Mayor, council, with the new changes in our streets requirements for construction with development, the property we are looking at is on Lone Star, the Kingdom Hall, no, that's not, the Kingdom Hall's over here.
Right.
This is something else. I
Church
don't-
of
It's
God.
Assemblies
Sure,
of God,
yeah.
Assemblies of God.
regional.
So they are looking at doing some development on that property. The current policies require them to put sidewalk along the frontage. However, they have a low point at that point where the drainage needs to go. That is the city's responsibility under the new rules that we adopted this spring. And so this agreement is just for the cities to pay our share of those drainage improvements that are necessary for them to develop their property there.
And they will still put in the sidewalk.
They will put in the sidewalk, curb and gutter, because there's virtually no road widening required there. They'll put in curb, gutter, sidewalk, and we'll fund the drainage improvements, yes.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? I have a motion.
Make a motion to allow the mayor to sign the memorandum of understanding as presented to us. Yeah.
Second.
And, you know, I do have to ask a quick question. Did legal review this? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.9 is an action item, and this is to approve right-of-way encroachment requested by Mission Aviation Fellowship for a company sign to be located adjacent to their property at 4411 Airport Road and allow the mayor to sign the encroachment agreement under the following conditions: that a licensed public works contractor perform the installation and all future work and maintenance, and that all current and future permits needed for installation and maintenance be obtained through the city of Nampa prior to starting of work.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Item 510 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding allowing construction of a private driveway within the unimproved public right-of-way and authorized deferral of a public street improvements as stipulated by the MOU, and to enter into a formal deferral agreement with Wolf Building Company, LLC.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Vogel?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 511 is an action item to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order and contract with Paragon Consulting for professional services on Lakeville Avenue rebuild, which is Midland Boulevard to 12th Avenue Road. This is a project in the amount of $179,085. This is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Vogel?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 512 is an action item to approve a resolution and authorize the mayor to sign the state and local agreement for the Midland Boulevard Union Pacific Railroad. I don't know what the RRX project is, but it is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Item 513 is an action item to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for the FY19 water improvement project. This is at 11th Avenue North at 2nd Street North and 4th Street North with Titan Technologies. This is in the amount of $232,500, and this is funded through the FY20 Waterworks contingency.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
The total cost is $277,095.
232.
Is it 232 what we're looking at?
This is on, I don't have it open on my computer. This one says 232 on our agenda, so is,
Mayor, the 232 number is the construction bid. The 277 includes design and all.
Right, that's what I'm going to confirm. So we're approving the 277.
No, today is just an approval of the
Oh,
232,
okay.
500.
All right, thank you.
that's a good catch.
Thank you.
Okay, so was there a motion? I don't think so.
I'll make the motion approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, roll call.
Vogel?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 514 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order and contract with Mountain Waterworks for the professional services on Flamingo Avenue Waterline Replacement Project. This is Middleton Road to Cassia Street in the amount of $90,230, and this is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Vogel?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And as we all can see that we're going through here, this is the FY20 budget approval for all these projects, and so we have several more to go, and we'll just keep going through them, but they are projects that we did approve in the budget process. So 515 is an action item to award a bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the irrigation electrical improvements for FY19 project with AME Electric Incorporated in the amount of $157,800, and this again is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 516 is an action item to award a bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the water electrical improvements for FY19 project with Challenger Companies in the amount of $157,133, and this again is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
517 is an action item to authorize the mayor to approve the purchase of additional meter transmission units. at Aclara Technologies LLC for the contract unit price not to exceed the budget amount of $681,500, which was approved in the FY20 budget. Do we want Tom to present on that? Please feel free to, Tom. Thank you.
I just want to know how many meters that is. Is that 7,200?
Mayor, Council, yes, it's 7,200 MTUs, so it's the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet down.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're getting our money's worth with that amount?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
This was one of the things we talked about in our budget meeting. We had a 5-year plan, or maybe it was a 6-year plan to replace all these automated units, and then we were asking to accelerate that into the next 2 fiscal years because we're finding that plan, the technology was changing and becoming outdated by the time we're getting the value of it. So we wanted to accelerate this forward and move these automatic water meters.
Just for point of clarification, the 681,500, that was approved in our budget?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. I'll make the motion to authorize you to sign this purchase order then, not to exceed that amount.
Excuse me, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any further questions or discussion?
Curious, what's the life cycle on these?
So yeah, we get the ones that we have in the ground today. We've been in there for at least 5 years. We had 2 different technologies, and then there was another one that didn't perform as well, about the same age. But we're looking at about anywhere from 15 years, so 10 to 15.
Okay, I'll hold you to 15 years. That sounds good.
I can't. Technology is difficult to completely.
Yeah. No, I'm encouraged to hear that this will hopefully last longer than the ones that are being
These
replaced.
have been some proven technologies for us on the ones we're buying today.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right.
And you can just stay there for the next one,
Yeah.
but we'll get through this one. So is there a motion? Was there a
There was.
motion?
And second.
You can tell I'm going
Yeah, no,
through a
it's-
lot of
go
these.
ahead.
I need to make a little note there. So is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Skaggs?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
So this next one is to authorize the mayor to approve the purchase of additional water meters at Hydro Specialties Company. Contract unit price not to exceed the budget at $886,946. And so this was approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, it's been moved and seconded, and as a discussion point, when I read these, every time I have to rethink the difference between the last one and this one, because they're the transmission units, and this is the water meters.
Correct, Mayor. The first one was a transmission unit, which is, you have to pair it up with a meter, and both of those together one will read the water, and the other one will transmit the data back to our system so we can do our readings.
It's expensive to get this going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very expensive. Are there any other questions besides mine? Roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skaggs?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 519 is to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order for scope of work with CTA Architects Engineers for the Nampa Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 2 upgrades. This is Project Group E, Administration and the Laboratory Building Renovation Design and Services during construction, and this was approved in the FY20 budget.
Mayor Kling, I sat in on this interview process, and I was impressed with CTA. It was good to sit in on it, so I will make the motion to authorize this request.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and thank you, Randy, for your comments. Are there any further comments? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skaggs?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 520 is an action item to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order for scope of work with Keller Associates for Kings Road and Victory Road Roundabout Project Design Services. This is approved in the FY20 budget, and there'll be a lot of people really glad to get this done.
Yes, they will. And I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skaggs?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
521 is to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order for scope of work with Precision Engineering for Franklin Road and Birch Lane Roundabout, project concept design services and right-of-way acquisitions, and this was approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 522 is an action item to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order for scope of work with Kittleson and Associates for Midland Boulevard and Iowa Avenue intersection improvements, project concept design services and right-of-way acquisitions as approved in the FY20 budget.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Look at us spending money.
And item, we just did, but we approved it with much discussion, right? As we went through the budget process. So that seemed really simple, but it really wasn't
A
because
lot of impact fees that are being used too on those projects, which is good.
it is really exciting to think about the work that's going to get done.
Can't wait.
Yeah. It's
Can't wait.
great. So item 523 on the agenda has been pushed back. Could we, and I don't want to be out of order in our meeting, but could we identify the dates for our special council meeting? Are we allowed to do that right now? As a part of this action item that has been postponed to a future date? I'm just.
Mayor and council, I don't think it would be necessary to have the discussion now, but I don't think that it would be inappropriate right now to get a sense for when it would work to have that council meeting. I wouldn't necessarily take the action of setting it, but
Just the idea.
just as a, yeah.
I would like to suggest we do it, if you all wouldn't mind, first thing Friday morning, the 11th, but is everyone here?
No,
You're not?
no, it'd be in San Diego,
Bruce is not here, okay. So what about Thursday? When do you,
Thursday.
Thursday would work?
Yeah.
Would that work for you?
Thursday morning.
Thursday morning? Thursday morning, first thing? Okay, so we'll just get back to you guys about a Thursday morning,
Earlier, better.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. So I believe that we have covered everything on the agenda this evening, and I appreciate the work of our council. Thank you very much, and am I missing?
Unfinished business.
Oh.
The ordinance just to read, sorry.
I forgot unfinished business. Let me find that section on, there we go. My goodness, I thought we were done.
Me too.
Now we're ready for section 7 on the agenda, and thank you for keeping me in line. Unfinished business, okay. 7.1 on the agenda is the first reading of ordinance for the modification of an annexation and zoning development agreement, and I'm going to let you read that. Debbie?
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council modifying the annexation and zoning development agreement to which that certain real property commonly known as 16852 Idaho Center Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, Canyon County, comprising approximately 24.53 acres more or less, is subject to, described in ordinance number 3554 and recorded March 20th, 2006 as instrument number 20062999161, records of Canyon County, Idaho, so as to alter certain requirements related to the commercial development and so as to facilitate development of the Laguna Farms subdivision, directing the city planning director to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
It is requested that we pass this under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Just in case there's somebody here or watching or that questions why we're doing this the way we're doing it, and we do this all the time, on the consent agenda, there is an action item that we approve every time that says that the city council dispenses with the 3-reading rule of Idaho Code 5902 for all ordinances. So then when we come in and read the ordinance, we've already approved the fact that we're going to dispense that rule. Therefore, we read it one time instead of letting it happen 3 weeks in a row. So if anyone wonders, that's what that is. So item 7.2 on the agenda is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance for zoning map amendment to community business from community business to light industrial for a towing business at 3315 Caldwell Boulevard.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide IL zone designation for certain lands commonly known as 3315 Caldwell Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, 83651, comprising approximately .9 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of Nampa, Idaho, rezoning said property from BC to IL, providing for a recording, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as IL on the official maps and other area maps of the city, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Gog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And 7.3 is an action item, which is the first reading of ordinance for rescission of annexation and zoning development agreement between Trust One LLC and the City of Nampa.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council repealing, revoking, rescinding, and terminating the development agreement to which that certain real property commonly known as 17155 and 17175 Star Road, Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, comprising approximately 20.12 acres more or less, is subject described in Ordinance 3613 and recorded September 12, 2006 as instrument number 2006-74066, records of Canyon County, Idaho, directing the planning director to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor?
Yes?
May I make a motion?
Yes, you
I
may.
know, I have to jump in, and I'm not sure when to jump in here.
So moved. No.
Is the media here? Did they see that? I would move that we approve the ordinance for recession and annexation of zoning for case number DAMO 032-19.
Under
And
suspension.
Under
Under
suspension.
suspension of rules.
Second.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? None. Roll call. It's getting
Rodriguez?
late.
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Gog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Section 8 are pending ordinances that are postponed due to lack of supporting documentation, and just so noted. 9, we do not have an executive session this evening, so I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. There we go. Thank you all. Good job.